You just heard Frozen Illusion from the Frozen Illusion demo. This from Paradise Lost. This is the Requiem Metal podcast ranking the misery. This is Mark.
And I'm Jason, and we are here to rank your misery and to do the enviable, because I think most of our Requiem people would love to do this, the enviable task of ranking the top 17 Paradise Lost records. And wanted to start with just a demo song, because we're not really talking too much about demos or live records or those type of things very much. We're trying to keep it very very pure. We're not going to like talk about the remastering Host or the remastering of Believe in Nothing or the Icon 30 or those kind of things, and just kind of keep it pretty straightforward, I think, right? That was kind of the intention.
17-1. Yep. What's
17.
we got a list of me and Jason, and then we're bringing on Albert from Decibel.
Yeah, well, special guest coming.
Special guest. So we got the three columns. Everybody came up with 17-1. Nobody knows. I mean,
We have
outside
no
of number
idea.
17, nobody knew, or nobody
Well,
could guess.
we assumed what 17 was, so we'll find out if we're right or not.
Yeah,
So
and then Jason's going to do a little bit of sports betting algorithms toward the end, which gives us some more. What would you call it? More to chew on.
statistical analysis, yeah.
Statistical analysis. There you
As
go.
we go through, I'll just kind of keep a running score of what I'll just average out the scores between the three of us, and then kind of figure out what our new rank, well, the unofficial official ranking for our three scores built
Yeah.
together.
To
So
know everything, you got to listen to the episode.
yeah, you have no idea what's kind of on its way, but yeah, it's been you and I got together over Christmas, I think, after we recorded part two of the Tampa tribute, which turned
Yes.
much longer than we had intentioned. Um, Part of that was the interviews that we got were way meatier and good. I mean, nothing, there's zero complaints. If anything, I was kind of blown away by some of the stuff we got from Stane, from Dark Tranquility, very
Hmm.
personal, especially the very last thing that ends the whole episode. So for those of you that haven't made it through part two yet, there are some real gems in terms of the things there. And we probably should have split it into a second slash third thing, but we just,
Yeah.
it
It
was
was
the
our Christmas
holidays.
present to everybody, and
Yeah, there it is. And we kind of took a little break after that, I think, because it's like this is plenty for people to sort of chew on. But
well, then
yeah,
yeah,
so
we were going to have this out probably a week earlier, but a sickness ran through the whole family here, so that
yeah,
kind of like it stopped me in my tracks like nothing else since I lived with you,
I was just say
where we
since
had a
the
food
yeah
poisoning
since we had food
bout.
poisoning. Yep.
So
So
that was pretty rough. It took me, Jesus, I think I got sick on Thursday, the day after my birthday. I was sick on my son's second birthday,
mm,
and then I was just crawling back up until, geez, what is today? It
geez,
took me
son,
I was almost down for a week.
jeez, man.
It was pretty just for like I was after the nausea and everything ended, my energy level was just shot.
Yeah.
Like I'd go outside and I was just like, oh man, I just got to go back and lay down. So
Plus, it's
that's
been like particularly brutal winter in Michigan. Are you getting it more than us? But we've had a lot of cold days and snow days and
this
things
is the
like that.
coldest
So
it's been up here for quite. We've been below zero, like significantly below zero for weeks at a
mhm.
time. The coldest we got last year was maybe a couple days of like 8 degrees or something, but
Yeah, we've
it's
had two cold days so far, like where they canceled school because it was so cold. It was
we've
just
had multiple
dangerous for
snow days
kids.
up here too, which is kind of
Hmm.
nuts. We've had 100 and as of last week, I think 103 inches of snow.
It's
So
nuts.
I've broken my plow on the side by side twice that I had to
Shit.
fix, and then we've also got my mother in law's has a there's another building being built on the property, so something else to try to manage. So there's always
Uh,
all hands on deck.
I'll be up your way ish next weekend. We're heading up to Petoskey to go to the Boyne Water Park for my fiance's kids kind of Christmas present. That's he's
Nice.
cashing in, I suppose. So yeah, I mean, I was going to talk to you off mic, but if you guys are around, I know it's tough for the 2-year-old, to meet up for food or something like that. But who
Yeah,
knows?
we'll,
I
we'll,
I
we'll
don't know
try to make something
how
happen.
far is Petoskey from you guys roughly?
Uh,
like
maybe an
hour,
hour,
45 minutes. Okay.
like an hour, something like
I
that.
didn't really know. So, but yeah, something to think about. But anyways, yeah, so I'll get to see firsthand how it is. But we got plenty here, but
On the
um
road coming into our house, it started to compress and stuff with the sun and whatnot. But they came out with these tractors that were like as big as tractors that clean parking lots and stuff with these big snow movers.
yeah.
Ones you get I don't know, they're probably like 12 feet high or something. They had the biggest snow blower I've ever seen on the front of that. They're coming down our street just to kind of carve, the shoulder back just a little bit. And when you drive your car past it, the snow was over the like by 2 feet over the top of the car.
Fair. Yeah.
It's like driving. It was like what it looked like in The Shining. You know,
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I kind of picture as a snowblower is that one at the end,
Yeah.
something like that. But yeah, so I guess for people perhaps that are joining us for the first time, especially if you're a PL fan and you heard that we're doing a episode, or perhaps maybe through hearing him, I'm sure Albert will promote it via Decibel and stuff. So yeah, Mark and I, this is our 18th year of doing. We're damn near at 20 years of doing this metal podcast, and we generally take a historical sort of bend on things and a lot of context and stuff. This will be a little bit lighter, not it's more just kind of gut and nostalgia and our own rationale for how we're kind of ranking things, I suppose. But
It's almost kind of a back to some of our early days of
yeah.
we wanted to change stuff up because every couple of years we kind of, after COVID, we became a long form documentary podcast basically,
Mhm.
and we're just kind of change that a bit, have a little bit more variety to
Yeah, we've
to
talked
the
about
to the
doing
approach.
some short episodes, more staccato, kind of
Hmm.
just like in and out, maybe about a record or two or a band that maybe is maybe a band we don't know much about and there's maybe not a lot of scholarship on, but just kind of to expose them simply just for it's like Mark and I always talk about like fun homework. It's like an opportunity to like kind of get to know something a little bit deeper. A band on the fringes or a band that just doesn't really fit into the narrative of some bigger scene or some bigger
Yeah, a
movement
larger show
we cover.
concept or something.
Yep. But yeah, so if you are new and you like supporting art and things like that, we do have a Patreon, and I've been uploading a lot of our interviews to Patreon for our patrons and stuff like that. And we have a lot of people that, they sometimes like when we do throw an occasional bonus episode, and Mark and I try to we have conversations about trying to find time to record them, but with you with a 2-year-old and some of the geography differences, it gets tough because we do put a lot of our eggs into the research for these episodes. But
Yeah.
I've been trying to put like the interviews that we've done for past episodes, the videos up there for people, and some other kind of special bonus stuff. So we do have 4 new Patreons that we've gotten since we recorded Tampa Part 2. So that's really awesome news.
Cool.
If you want to become a Patreon and support great art, we try and put this podcast out for free, obviously ad free, all of it, try and keep it as pure as possible. But you can go to patreon.com/ Requiem podcast and, sign up, or just go to patreon.com and type in Requiem Metal and we should pop up. And yeah, just really, for, what we give you in terms of content in long form episodes, I think we do a pretty unique product. And I think there are a lot of people out there that do appreciate what we do. And so we do appreciate all the support we get. And, if you want to send us comments and such too, you can check us out on Facebook. We're still on Instagram, on Twitter. We actually have we created oh my gosh, what the heck's the thing called that we created for people to sort of go to? Why can't I think of it? Some weird social media thing. Um,
Oh, is it the gamer one?
Kinda, yeah, it's the one the gamers sort of use. Discord. Yeah, we have a
Oh,
Requiem Metal
Discord. I was thinking
podcast
of
Discord.
Twitch.
No, we don't. No Twitch streaming yet. That
Okay.
we would have to be like usually live, if we want to like put our live videos up. And we're on YouTube too. So,
Hmm.
like not that there's any like visual content there, but a lot of our episodes get on YouTube until they get taken down for copyright shit. But
Yeah, which is usually pretty quickly. But I guess
yeah.
I don't know if we could actually do the whole show as a live stream with music and everything in it. I think it would take us way longer to record for one,
Oh yeah.
and also
Yep.
we were just going to get a copyright strike anyways because Well, I guess you're probably not monetized on YouTube, but still, it's all a clusterfuck. So
It
any
is.
other platform that we go on, like we pay a monthly fee to keep our show ad free and available. And if you just, I would recommend going to a different. If you're having problems finding episodes or stuff's getting like for Spotify, notoriously they take stuff down for no apparent reason outside of the algorithm saying so. But if you go to any podcast aggregator, I've tried maybe some of the podcast 2.0 stuff. Fountain is a good one for that. You just look up our name, it pops up, it shows the entirety of what we have without any kind of meddling from tech
Think
companies.
so far as I know, because that's where I will stream our episodes mostly is on Apple Podcasts, which again, Apple morally is not great, but whatever. But they don't seem to strike us for copyright, yet. Knock on
Yeah,
wood. Um, but yeah, so some of those aggregates are kind of the way to go. I did want to shout out Liam Stone, or one of our new Patreons, Gilby Ellis, Sven Renton, and Luke Zwankowski for signing up. And very cool. Thank you for your support, gents. I
yeah. Thank
believe
you so
all
much.
four gents. We do appreciate all that, and all the feedback we get on stuff is really great. If you could leave us a ratings or a comment on any of the podcasting platforms, it does help, I think, get us in algorithms a little bit more, perhaps, or get recommendations if we have more ratings and stuff. And
Yeah,
so,
and share it on social networks if you really dig it. Throw it on your Facebook page or whatever people are
Instagram,
using
tag
for
us on
stuff.
Instagram.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep. We like, a lot of people do tag our new episodes on stories on Instagram. I get those alerts and stuff. So we appreciate all the people that do that and try and sell because, Mark and I are entering the older phase of our lives and we're not always hip to how all the technology stuff works. So anything you folks out there can kind of do to assist us to be seen and heard by more ears is cool for us. We appreciate all
yeah.
that.
I've pretty much given up on getting into any other new social networks. I just kind of keep what we've got going and just doing the product we're doing and
Yep.
relying on the kindness of strangers.
Kindness of strangers and kindness of friends. We do have some friends that do
Exactly.
support us
Exactly.
as well. But yeah, everything otherwise, metal wise has been music wise. I mean, yeah, there's been a few things I've kind of checked out. Chris came over after he was up north with you, and when you got to see him, and he and I spent some time. I think we were really checking out some was it Blut aus Nord, the French black metal band. Their new album was cool, and
Hmm.
a few things here and there that Chris has kind of sent on our way. But I think the concert season is beginning. I'm going to Opeth Catatonia on Tuesday, and then I know we've got Emperor and Blood Incantation coming up
Hmm.
soon, and
First of
then
April.
yeah. So it's, some kind of neat things kind of happening with that, I suppose. But otherwise, man, I'm just, in the grind of school and life stuff. I've been checking out a lot of movies lately. I've been trying to kind of, check some of those off. I'm
That's the only
down.
positive I've had from being sick.
Oh, as you get to spend some
I
time watching some
I
stuff.
I had literally no. Usually, if I'm sick, I still have energy to like I can sketch or whatever. I had
Hmm.
nothing, so I was just. I'll let you go into yours, then I'll go into my tirade of all the crap I watched.
No. I'm not going to list off all the things I've been watching lately, but I have this poster in the basement that Mark's aware of, and maybe a
Yeah,
few Requiem people are, and it's the 1,500 movies subcategorized, and I've got it down to I'm within striking distance of 200. So I've got
damn.
1,300 ish checked off. And so, like I watched a Fellini movie yesterday and a Jean-Pierre Melville sort of French film yesterday. Finally watched the OG Godzilla. I've had it on Criterion for a while, but I just was like, I needed to be in the mood to sit down and watch Japanese subtitles.
Hmm.
Obviously, it's something I've seen clips of my entire life, but I never actually watched the original 1954 one until last night. It was pretty awesome. So,
I saw that years and years and years ago, but I
yeah,
went through a
I
little
mean,
Godzilla phase myself.
Godzilla face, yeah. What I've been on actually lately, and then I'll pass the mic, is a big Paul Schrader kick lately.
Hmm.
Went back and watched one of his films that I had never seen and really hadn't heard much about, and I don't know why, but called Blue Collar. You ever seen that?
No, I'm aware of it, but I haven't. just because I've been kind of the kind of stuff I've been watching is mostly, I'd say mostly old,
Yeah.
mostly pre '70s. But
Incredible movie. I bought it on Blu-ray. I found it real cheap, and so I'll lend it to you. But it's about Detroit. It's about the unions. It's about the auto factories. Richard Pryor in a dramatic role in the late '70s. Harvey
oh yeah, you
Keitel
know what?
and
Yeah,
Yaphet
because
Kotto.
that was talked about. Did you see that Elvis Mitchell documentary that came out
No, I
called
didn't.
Black
No.
Cinema?
Mm-mm.
It came. I think it came out this year. It's a Netflix thing.
Okay.
That was one of the things I watched, but that was brought up in
Yeah.
that documentary.
Really, really incredible film. And then that got me wanting to rewatch the last Paul Schrader movie I really kind of got into, which was First Reformed with Ethan Hawke, and
Hmm.
um, melted my brain. I had loved it when it came out in 2017, but boy, it's like a Tarkovsky film made by Schrader. It's got that kind of contemplative, like I don't even know if I would recommend it to people if you want to like think dark thoughts and existential. He's a priest in it, and it's very Ingmar Bergman, Tarkovsky, like very dark, very contemplative of like the future of humanity, and I don't know, man. It hit different now in a post-COVID, post whatever is going on politically in the world right now kind of thing. But it's pretty fascinating movie if you haven't seen it and you're in the mood for some darker, contemplative Paul Schrader. It's as upbeat as Taxi Driver. I'll say that. How about
Okay.
you know? But yeah, that's kind of some of the stuff I've been checking out lately, I suppose.
I mean,
How about yourself?
basically because like so when I was sick, Lisa took her mom to Chicago, so I was
Mm.
by myself for 2 days and had no energy. You know, I was expecting, oh, I'm going to go out and work on all this crap, and I just had no energy. So I ended up saw that Elvis Mitchell documentary. I
Mhm.
think it's called "Is This Black Enough for You?"
Okay.
It's on Netflix. It's definitely worth checking. It's something that would be great for a film history class on black cinema. But that I saw the first episode of the Mel Brooks, the 99-year-old man,
Oh, yeah, yeah. I've heard about
which
that.
is pretty good. I finally watched Furioso, which I thought was fun.
Mhm. Yeah, really fun.
I saw I can't think what it's called, but the new DiCaprio movie.
Oh,
It's not that
One
new.
Battle. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, one battle after another. That was fun.
Hmm.
And then I went on this big. It was because I usually I'm never this sick, so it's like I'm falling asleep, waking up, falling asleep, waking up, and I was just watching Charles Bronson movies from the
Oh,
'70s,
nice.
like
That's fun.
I think it's Chato's Land or Chato's Land. It's where he's playing a Native American guy, and Jack Palance is the bad dude, and a lot of just these moral quandary things. But got just the like how good the cinematography is, how good the acting and actors are, and it's an hour and 27 minutes. Boom, in and out. You know, so that like the mechanic, Mr. Majestic. I probably watched 6 Bronson
That's
movies,
fun. That's
and they're
cool.
just that. And then I went back and after watching Furiosa, I went and watched the all of the Mad Max movies.
Yeah.
So it's like I love
It's
this
a
world.
pretty fun run. I mean, for me, Thunderdome has like a lull in it where it gets a little boring for a bit, but
I like the
pretty
world
much the
building though.
rest of them all pop. Yeah, no, it's cool.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not a bad watch. It's just it doesn't have the kinetic energy maybe that
it's
the
true.
other ones have.
Yeah, and like
So
Furiosa was, I was like, why are without before I saw it, I was like, do we need a prequel? And it was cool to see that just to get back in the world. Honestly, I was just hoping for if he ever, he's 80, so I don't know if he's going to do another. I would just like to see even more of that world.
I
I don't
know
need to see Mel Gibson come back or anything, but just more of how crazy the rest of the world is or something. But
it's a wonder.
it was a good film. I
I
think it
liked it a
just
lot more the
bombed, but
second time. Yeah, I don't know what people thought. I liked it a lot. I think there was some unnecessary venom taken out. I don't know if it was from the fact that it was a full female lead committed, whereas like for
eh,
me, Fury Road snuck that in. And so you kind of like it's like clever. It's like more like under your guise where if there's like a because there is in the internet now, especially with like, how they bomb reviews and stuff, there's definitely a contingent boy culture that sort of exists. and I've seen it with
It's
certain movie things that it's really toxic
it's and
sometimes.
it's been there all along. I think the problem comes when when even though if a movie's about, because I think you can still make a shitty movie about an important subject.
Yeah. Yep.
So I think criticism's fine. I don't follow, any of that kind of stuff necessarily, but like if in 2026, if you have a problem with a female led movie, I don't really understand it. It wasn't tokenism. There was nothing like
No,
that in it at all.
it was
And
the
I
most
think,
fascinating character in Fury Road. So there was like
yeah, and I
a
didn't
lot
need
of
to know her origin per se. It
mhm.
was cool to see like the whole, the lush area of, where she came from and everything. That was all
And I like
cool,
the
but
factions too. You get to see these different like dystopian factions like politically
yeah,
fighting over territory and resources.
that
That to
stuff
me
is all fun.
well
I
built.
guess it managed to get a lot more in than I expected for being a prequel story,
Mhm.
but it was shot good. There was of course, CG, but a lot of, most of the car chases and everything and motorcycle chases were all, real,
Yeah.
which was fun. But yeah, I think it
The
was,
gas farm was cool.
yeah.
That was a really awesome
If
sequence.
if it got me excited enough to go back, even though I was really under the weather, to go
Yeah.
back and re-watch the whole series again, I mean that says something right there.
Accomplished. Yeah, mission accomplished indeed. So yeah, but anyways, yeah, so just kind of, fun things that I've been kind of watching. Like I said, mixing up some like I watched Kroll for the first time,
Ooh,
yeah, because that's on the list to watch. And I was like,
yeah.
okay, I don't know how I missed this because it should have been in my wheelhouse. Although I was 5 when it came out, so probably by the time I was watching that kind of stuff, it might have just kind of passed me
It was
by.
a third tier, movie at the time.
Sure, fun,
Yeah,
but just kind of
but
things like
compared to
that.
like, that was, I'd throw it in the same thing as like, Ice Pirates and
Yeah,
some of that kind of stuff. I think Beastmaster might go a little higher just because it's,
well, it was on TV a lot too. Beastmaster
yeah,
was always on. I
there's a little
feel
more
like.
heart to it, I think too. But
Mhm. Yep. Yeah. So just like a mix of like, I'll watch a Fellini movie and then like I'll watch, something like to check off the list there.
yeah,
Like what I watched last night that I realized it's dumb, but I fucking love it. And I never seen it before, but oh boy, it's the Shane Black movie that he did with Samuel L. Jackson and Gina Davis.
Long Kiss Goodnight.
Long Kiss Goodnight. Yeah. I had never
I
seen
saw
it
it when it
before.
came out. I remember liking it enough, but I don't really remember much about it.
It's fun. I mean, it's like Last Boy Scout, right? Shane
Yeah,
Black just does these like they're kind of absurd plots, like but like I
that's the
love
point. Yeah.
Nice Guys. I like
Hmm.
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I really like the that thing he does. I even like Iron Man 3, for its Shane Blackisms, I suppose. But yeah, so anyways, I picked it up on 4K when it came out. I think I found it pretty cheap a couple months ago and just haven't I only have one 4K player. It's in the basement. So like if I'm gonna watch a 4K, I have to like, come downstairs, turn that shit on. Whereas like if I watch TV upstairs, I can just watch whatever I want, whenever. So it's like a process. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
It's Saturday afternoon. I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna watch a bunch of things down here, and kind of set things up. So it was
It's
cool.
good. I mean, it's nice to have those reasons every once in a while, but literally, that's the first time I've been by myself in
Yeah.
over 2 years.
So that was like a extraordinary feeling
Yeah.
in a weird way. Yeah.
Well, it's just like, how am I gonna nourish like, I'm gonna hydrate, eat as much as I can that I can keep down, and then I'm just gonna, watch all this crap that, that fills me with creative energy.
Hmm.
And it's been a very, very long time since and also that thing you set up for us on the TV decided to just work.
Oh, cool. I'm glad. Yeah. I'm
So
glad it
I was like,
finally started
oh,
working.
okay.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
something I started to play, it just started playing batteries not included.
Same thing for me.
And I was
It
like,
was
what?
it was Hamnet. I started watching Hamnet,
I don't even
which
remember
was
what it was on the new release thing. And I
yeah,
clicked on, I don't remember what it was now, but,
was the
and I was just
credits
like,
for batteries
what?
not included. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to watch Hamnet, the new Shakespeare kind of, and yeah, like it fucked my brain up. Good. I'm glad like that wasn't like me having like a fever dream.
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, for what I pay for it, it's certainly not perfect,
No,
but
it's cool that because
yeah.
I think you hooked us up with that like over a year ago, and it just didn't work at first. And we're like, it's probably because of this. And then I was like, I just tried it because I'm laying on the couch with the dog,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden I was like, oh shit, I can watch Furioso. I can what Charles Bronson movies are on this? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much everything, I'm sure, or most
yeah, that's
things,
how I watched the Elvis Mitchell documentary too. It was just like, oh, cool, okay.
The only thing I've noticed lately with it, in this, we won't talk about this, but this last comment is lately, subtitles haven't been working on a lot of newer things they drop. So like
Hmm.
you'll go and you'll add subtitles. So if it's a foreign film and they don't appear, and I'm like, well, guess I'm not watching this now. Like,
Yeah.
so I don't know why all of a sudden that happened, but it's very strange. So I hope they fix that kink soon. But
But yeah, thank you. It's
oh,
finally
I'm,
working. I
I'm
understand
glad.
the hype now, so
Yeah, it's
it's
pretty
cool.
cool. So that's why I'm gonna try and watch the Super Bowl on today. We'll see. Sometimes when you watch live stuff,
I didn't
um,
try any of that, so I'm not sure yet.
it works pretty good, but then every so often you'll get a little spinning disc where it's a little lag. It depends on the feed you have. So,
Sure.
but cool, man. Well, it's fun to catch up. I know it's been a little while, so but I think we're trying to keep this episode a little more economic. So I don't know. You ready to bring in our special guests and get to some Paradise Losting?
Yeah, I think this might be the least amount of music we've ever played on a modern episode.
Yeah, that's gonna be wild. I know.
So there's outside of
Like what,
the intro
19
outro
songs? I think 19 songs total,
total
right?
total
Yeah.
19 songs. Yep.
That's pretty wild. So, but yeah, so definitely we hope you enjoy what you're about to hear when we bring in Albert. We recorded this before we bring him in, so it's kind of separate, but so I think it's gonna be fun. We'll see how it all ends up. So, yeah, so let's do it, Mark. Let's bring in Albert.
All right, here he is. All right, here we are, guys. We've talked about this band every episode for the last 17 years, and we've keep trying to figure out other ways to bring them up in a way that's not just pure discography. So I believe this is probably our first ranking episode ever,
I
Jason.
think it is. Yeah, I think we've talked about it philosophically, but yeah, never quite gotten there. I mean, we did like the kind of a rough ranking composite when we kind of assessed the legacy of the big four. I think I remember. I don't know how scientific it was, but I think we did like album covers, newer output. You know what I'm saying? Like I think we did something like that when we did that big four, like 2 or 3 parter back in like 2018. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's about the closest we've sort of come.
And so
Um,
this, I mean, this is more just, lists make people mad, opinions make people mad. So let's just make people mad. And
it really is
starting
the internet,
starting
though.
17-1.
Yeah, this is
Um,
the internet though. It's just debate and conversation and
that's
ranking.
true.
It's the thing that people love like hyper fixating on.
I do have two bonus lists as well that we can go over of cover art and drummers,
Oh
but
shit. Wow.
that's
Yeah.
not necessary for everybody else. But
So that other voice you hear in the background, Mark, do you want to introduce our special guest that's going to be kind of ranking with us today?
this is, I would say, one of a handful of Paradise Lost experts in the United States. Been a fan ever since 92, if I had to guess, maybe 90. This is Albert Mudrian, who is none other than the editor in chief at Decibel magazine for the last 20 plus years. Welcome, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here on the special Ranking Misery episode of Requiem Metal Podcast. As we enter new territory. I'm glad that I get to be the guinea pig in this experiment.
Like we could also acknowledge, just because who knows when this episode will drop, but that Albert has spent the majority of this weekend talking about Paradise Lost. So this is just kind of, we had to reschedule this episode from last weekend to this, and it just happened to coincide with you. Tell us about the other thing you did. I always love shouting out the other cool metal podcasts.
Yeah, we're recording on a Sunday afternoon, and on Friday night, previous to that, I did a 3.5 hour live cast for the Heavy Metallurgy show, and where we ranked all 17 Paradise Lost albums.
Oh, you read some too? Oh, I didn't realize it was a ranking.
It was a
That's
ranking, but you know,
funnier.
it was
Oh man.
it's to me it was a much kind of different is a different approach than what we're kind of doing here, which I'm
Okay.
excited about. And so I had my list prepared. That's the good news.
Has anything changed since Friday?
Yeah,
Were there any like
everything's
revelations?
everything's
Or
all out of whack. No, I probably, if anything, I'm probably even more hardened in my stances now.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, so it was a lot of PL on Friday. Took a PL reprieve on Saturday, and back at it. Here we are on Sunday.
I just hope you have enough energy left in you, Albert, to prepare yourself for the Kid Rock Turning Point halftime show today, because that's going to be
That's
probably a
right.
heavy focus of the second half of your weekend, I
That
imagine.
is
It's
true. I mean,
preparing for that.
I am going to there is a small get together that I have planned. This Super Bowl is much less of a event for me than last year's, which featured my dear Philadelphia Eagles winning their second title. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really care. How's this? I don't really care about either halftime show. I don't care about any halftime show. But if the Turning Point USA one is on, it might be amusing for a minute. But yeah, no, there's a lot. There's I guess I'll just I'll embrace the sadness right now. Versus the sadness to come.
Yeah, maybe the sadness. In fact, yeah, that's to come. So it's going to be. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the cultural follow. Kind of interesting. Those are kind of neat conversations to have with my students in the aftermath and see how they are responding and how they are watching adults talk about some of that kind of stuff, and like they kind of roll their eyes because like they realize that a lot of the people doing the commentary don't like get what's happening culturally, and it's cool because I teach this pop culture course, and we've actually read two articles on Super Bowl halftime shows this year. One on the Janet Jackson fallout and kind of through a feminist lens and kind of looking at how that's aged and some of that. And then we read one about the Kendrick performance last year and kind of broke down the symbolism of like what was happening and stuff. So it's always I don't know. It's fun cannon fodder for cultural conversations, I suppose, and to see how it like pisses off people with like sunglasses and race car hats, and stuff like that. So
I don't disagree. And since we're already a few minutes into our first tangent before we've even really what we're doing here, I'm going to lean into it for one more second and just say that like once you're my age and Mark's age, like once you're on the other side of 50, the Super Bowl halftime show is not for you. It's like it's no matter like what you're into, like it's just not for you anymore because you're old. Like unless they're like rolling out like Paul McCartney again or U2 or something, but like like it's, and I'm fine with that. But it's just like when I hear people getting pissed off about it and be like, it's not for you. Don't worry about it. Like like I understand that the layers of in air quotes here outrage about this year's in particular, but like to me it's just funny because even without that element, this wasn't for you in the first place.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, you got to hook the young people in somehow, because football doesn't maybe sell itself as well to mass
come
young
on.
audiences.
Yeah, it's
Come on.
violence. It's athleticism. Come on.
No, it's not that. None of that shit matters. It's the betting. That's what's got all the people.
You can bet on everything now.
You bet, so they don't give a shit about the game or the halftime show. They're just parlaying their lives away.
Yeah, isn't it brought to you by like ESPN coverage? Brought to you by FanDuel.
Oh,
Everything.
for sure. Everything is. Yeah, it's all sports betting. Yeah.
If you watch any sports right now, it's really unpleasant to watch the broadcast because it's just you're inundated. I'm not a gambler. I kind of loathe it, to be honest with you.
I agree.
But as a, it's funny. It's like since 2018 when sports gambling was legalized, it's a complete 180. But anyway,
has Pete Rose gotten into the Hall of Fame?
Did
they let him in?
There's more debate about it now than there has been because
But
people are kind of like, what the hell's the point anymore? But
his
you
band,
Yeah.
still
his,
have it.
his lifetime, he's eligible now.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's there's
he
two
is
there's
because
two two things have changed. He's dead
he's
and
dead. Yep.
eligible. So,
Ah,
it's uh anyway, yeah, here we are. Pete Rose Hall of Fame,
That's
Paradise
it.
Lost.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So I guess, Mark, do you want to kind of explain? We all ranked our top 17 from 17 to 1, and then
none of
you're
us know the others list
no.
at this point. We can
oh,
probably guess 17, but
yes.
everybody else is, we're keeping it a secret, so we have some, you know, some excitement here. Some maybe people throwing stuff at each other. I doubt it, but
Or perhaps, yeah, from afar.
so we're just gonna
Yeah,
go 17 to 1, do a little discussion, and then whoever ranks the album the highest will, during each of the sets, we're gonna have a couple songs probably. So
whoever
pretty
ranks it
straightforward.
highest gets to sort of have the choice of the song. If I mean, we might all agree anyways, but they would be like the tiebreaker, I suppose.
There's no songs I hate, so
Sure. Yeah.
Mm.
it's
Yep.
not gonna be too bad. There's no albums I hate either.
Yeah, same. This was tough, especially in the middle realm, I think, for me, because it became very, I don't know, it's like it's all the same in my brain. I hadn't really, I don't know,
Yeah,
ranked
I
the
mean,
stuff.
once you have, if you have 17 of anything, that none of it's that bad. I mean, some of it's great,
Right.
and
Yeah.
some of it's like, it's pretty good. But I can't think of another band that I could do this with where there's not like a shit the bed period completely. Like My Dang Bride and Catatonia have kind of done that already.
Yeah.
And then they kind of pop back here and there with some, glimmers of stuff. But Paradise Lost has never completely shit the bed for me, ever.
Yeah. I mean, Sabbath would be the other one that's be kind
Yeah,
of
that's
really
that's true.
interesting. I mean,
Yeah,
again, there are albums I don't love, and maybe an album where I'm like, other than a song or two, I'm not really into it. But, um, there's people that feel very strongly about Dio or Tony Martin or, that
yeah.
sort of stuff. So it'd be kind of interesting. But yeah, you're right. It's tough. Maybe Maiden, again, everyone would
Man,
know,
yeah, yeah.
everyone would know what the
Virtual
last
11.
yeah, everyone would know Virtual 11, and then that'd be kind of interesting, I suppose. But
Yeah, and then I
Yeah.
then I then I'll pick that 20-minute song that Bruce Dickinson wrote about flying an airplane to as my favorite song to sneak
oh,
on the podcast.
I suppose it's like when
Empire
we're
of the Clouds.
Oh
Yes,
yeah
God.
I've got
when
the
Mark
12-inch single.
it reminds me, Albert, when Mark and I were in college, we used to go to this bar called the Bird, and I would, pedal the jukebox with quarters. And the first song I'd always pick every single time, because it was only one quarter, was from Paul's Boutique Beastie Boys, B-Boy Bully Bass, because it was 15 minutes long. And I was like, dude, this is the best value for a quarter ever. So it would always be on. And like, I'm sure they were always like, who fucking picked this song again? But anyways. All right, so let's stop yapping. Let's start, let's get serious here.
Yeah, let's start with Albert on your 17.
Number 17, huh?
Yeah.
I'm sure this is going to catch a lot of people off guard, but it is, I believe, 2001's "Believe in Nothing." Um,
Fascinating,
yeah,
fascinating.
Hmm.
Hmm.
yeah. You guys, that one catch you guys off guard. Um, uh, it's so funny because it's like obviously it's the band's least favorite. It's a commercial failure, I guess. It was a major label album in England and a no label album in America at the time.
Yeah, it's
Um,
tough to find.
so it's and it's also kind of at the nadir of rock and metal in the U.S. market. 2001, really weird time,
Follow period. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know. And I mean, I'm just trying to think of things that I remember about this album. Like I do remember they had on the website, on the Paradise Lost website, they had like 20 to 30-second snippets of a couple songs you could hear, and it was just like compressed to oblivion, obviously. And it was, again, this is 2001, it's 25 years ago, so it's like the infancy of anybody hearing music of any kind online, in that sense that you could hear like play streaming wise.
Mm.
And I remember hearing, I think it was that "Take a Look at Me Now" song, which felt really odd, especially as a song to just like pull a very short sample from. But I mean, obviously, kind of a compromise record for them where they're coming out a host, they're um, incorporating not metal, but maybe more just kind of rock songs and rock elements, production wise. I believe in No Celebration, the History of Paradise Lost that published via Decibel Books actually and back in print. They talk about how they turned this record in and the label, which I believe is EMI in Europe, rejected it, and they had to like go in and track a couple more songs from it. And I believe one of those songs they ended up writing was Mouth, which was the single, and I think one of Paradise Lost's like best straight up rock pop songs.
There's a video for that too, wasn't there?
There's a video where they spent a lot of money on that. You could tell it's like an Alice in Wonderland kind of vibe, but it was like kind of a playful video from what I remember.
Yeah.
Again, these are things you're seeing years and years after the fact because the record wasn't here. There was obviously it wouldn't be played on MTV. There was no metal show to play it on, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, it's Believe in Nothing is. There's a couple good songs. Like I said, I think Mouth is one. I think World Pretending is another. But it's just kind of flat and forgettable, and cover is terrible. But it's not unlistenable, I guess. It's not an irredeemable album.
No, I think I think Nick's got some pretty good vocal performances on it. That he doesn't really hit that type anymore, so it's kind of like a little time capsule of that too.
Yeah.
Mark, what did you have as 17?
Oh, I had the same thing.
Oh, okay. Well, and so did I.
Look at that.
Who could have guessed?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of said I tried justifying this not at the bottom, but it's tough. I mean, like Albert said, and it's still very listenable. It's kind of like the ultimate identity crisis record, in a lot of ways. Like, it's like, what does this band want to be? I think I was pretty uncertain of them because hell, I couldn't even find this record. It was really, I don't know, this and Host were very, very tough. I think I had a burn of Host for a long, long time because we couldn't even find, I think you had an import, but I don't think I
spent about $35 on an import.
I don't think Chris or I could get it. So it was a really weird period where in a lot of ways, I drifted away from the band because I couldn't find them anymore. Like I didn't have access to them. And so like, I liked the stuff from the 90s, but I just was like not listening to this stuff very much until I found it somewhere. I don't know if I found it at like a Metal Fest or some import record store that, that had it perhaps. I don't know. I like Albert. Like, I really like World Pretending. I like Never Again too. I think it's kind of a catchy kind of thing.
It's super bleak too. I love it.
Yeah. And Fader's got like a great. It's like an indie. It's like exactly what and Mark, because we were hanging out a lot in college at this point. It's like very 2001 dark indie rock, kind of like what we were listening to. I mean, like,
it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So kind of that beta band beat that, like, a lot of those bands that we were kind of checking out on a hooky vocal. But yeah, anyways, I don't know. So we're kind of, I'll leave it up to you guys in terms of the song, because my heart's really not like, I'm not beholden to anything here, so I don't know if there's a song you guys like the most that we can like agree on, I suppose.
Which one did you throw out, Albert?
I mean, I always thought Mouth was like one of the more compact songs that they wrote. Like, I mean, again, it's a rock song. The guitar is very much it's got that rock non-metal sound. But yeah, I mean, again, I would say either that or World Pretending for me.
Okay, I think we're gonna go Mouth.
There you go. Beautiful.
Less writing, and one thing I'd like to, even though this is the bottom of how we ranked everything, still for a band to be able to do a lot of experimentation and never really completely fail at it, like most of this lands pretty well. It doesn't sound, you wouldn't think like 10 years ago they were a Death Doom band.
No.
My question is, if this was marketed, if this wasn't Paradise Lost, would you like this record? Because I think it's a pretty fun record.
I probably
Maybe
never
not a
listened to
fun
it.
Paradise Lost record, but I think for
Yeah.
like the stuff I was listening in 2001, I don't know, I might have like kind of dug this. If it were another band, I don't know. It was something I was thinking about.
I mean,
Yeah.
the bar is obviously very high for a Paradise Lost record, which I don't. I think all of us agree that it doesn't really clear that
Yeah.
bar. But I don't know. I think it's just like it's also a time thing. Like, man, there is something so 2001 about it, and that's not complimentary.
Well, it's like movies made with digital effects in that era. You're just like, oof, like like it just didn't. A lot of that stuff didn't age well. Like the covers, think of like late '90s metal covers with all the like weird Photoshop and graphic design shit. It's
Ugh.
it's it's very cringe.
Everything, yeah, lowercase. Everything's got like a glow around it, or digital covers and stuff. It's a tough era for that kind
What
of
are your
stuff.
guys' thoughts on the kind of remastering that came out a couple years ago? Did it add anything for either of you? I have it. I don't pull it out a lot. I just was kind of curious if it changed anyone's opinion on Believe in Nothing.
Uh, I thought it sounded cool, but like again, it's not like a record. The record wasn't reinvented for me. It wasn't like I was like hearing it for the first time again or anything like that. I didn't have that experience. I was like, oh, this sounds better, and I see some more elements of things that were pulled out, and the cover art is still not great, but improved.
Yeah,
So it is like, what's the old polishing a turd? like
yeah.
I,
You
mean,
keep trying.
again, it's far too severe in this case. That's not what it's all about, but it's fine.
This sauce is like pizza. Even when it's not great, it's still pizza. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like it's like the worst Paradise Lost record is still like a record I can enjoy if somebody put it on. I
It's
wouldn't be
like
like,
Costco pizza. Yeah, it's
yeah,
it's
there you go.
okay.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. It's not gas station pizza, but
No.
it's Costco pizza. Yeah.
Right. So, Mark, what is your 16? We'll do a little rotation. So, what did you have as the second to last
Okay,
Paradise Lost?
so well, before I say what it is,
Oh, okay.
I was going to qualify that I have this is purely my taste. It's not historical relevance. It's not. I was going back and forth a lot in my list, and I finally got it to the point where because I this is a band I listen to on a weekly basis. I'll at least listen to something, and so I'm like especially preparing for the show. Probably the last 6-8 months I've been doing just like long deep dives listening to full albums, going through chronologically, popping back into areas I've kind of like neglected a little bit, and I kept coming back. It was really difficult for me to figure out these last like 16, 15, 14. That whole area was tough, but
That's where I struggled too. But I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
yeah.
Very messy. Yeah, it's very messy for me. I changed numbers a lot as I was kind of doing it. So,
And this choice is I picked it purely for production issues,
yeah.
and that's Medusa.
So you have Medusa at. I'm keeping kind of a for our sports fans out there. We're gonna do some averages at the end. So 16, Medusa.
16.
All right.
So
Interesting.
really with that record, I remember it came out. I was, I believe Albert gave me a advance because I did a illustration for Decibel
Mm.
for that, and I listened to it a lot at the gym. And I was always like, "What is going on with the guitars?" There's like a weird. It reminds me of those octave pedals that Judas Priest would use, where it's kind of like it almost sounds like a keyboard backing that kind of muffles out the guitar, except for it's mostly Aaron's guitar, but Greg's guitar kind of peeks through there. But there's some good songs. There's some where I'm just like, I don't know. I really dig. What was it? To the Gallows, where they pulled out some old riff from '89 or something that was unused apparently. And like some of the singles I was a little bit more into, but just that production really weighed it down or really threw it toward the not great Paradise Lost for me.
Interesting. Now, do you want me to withhold my thoughts on Medusa until we get to my ranking, or
Yeah,
you know what
we'll
I mean?
do what you come in at 16, and then
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody gets
let's do
there.
Okay.
that. Because like
Okay.
the only reason I gave all my thoughts on Believe in Nothing is because I knew everybody else would have that at
Or what else? Yeah,
17.
yeah, yeah. So, all right. So, Albert, what did you then have at number 16?
At number 16, I have Obsidian. Um, and again, as Mark said, this particular area of, I would honestly say, about 11 through 16 was really difficult to kind of figure out what should go where, because again, that speaks to the strength and consistency of the catalog. Um, but yeah, that's where I have Obsidian. And like I said, I'll refrain from uh, any deeper, darker thoughts
Deeper
as
stuff. Okay.
about it.
Darker thoughts, yes.
Yes.
All right. I have at 16, and this may be too predictable, but this is partially because of the comment I said about Believe in Nothing, and that's Symbol of Life. And it's purely on the fact that I didn't hear this record till maybe 2007. So I had no, it kind of like was a lost relic that when I discovered it, I was into other era Paradise Lost, and it never, I don't know. I mean, I could talk more about it, but I'll kind of wait. But that's my 16 is Symbol of Life. All right. So yeah, so no consensus then, I guess. Yeah.
No, start with a
Uh,
strong consensus, and now it's
now it's
anybody's
yeah,
game.
it's going to be a little bit wild. Um, all right, so I'll start with 15 then. I had the self-titled Paradise Lost from 2005, I believe,
Yeah,
as my 15. Yeah, and what I wrote, I said from here on, it's all sheer love, and it's very tough to rank, But I actually kind of thought it would be higher because it was higher in my brain because this is a record that kind of brought me back to Paradise Lost in a way. But when you go back and revisit the quality of production and songs on that 2005 release, it's like it's a step in the right direction, but they're not quite there yet. And I think I was fond of it because I could find it, I could actually buy it, and yeah, it was just heavier, and I had kind of drifted away thinking Paradise Lost would probably never really quite come back to this place because again, I hadn't really heard Symbol of Life to know that they were kind of inching a little bit heavier.
yeah.
So it was kind of more the excitement of like, oh, Paradise Lost is kind of back. They're writing some more metallic kind of things. So, but
Well, they had
anyways,
hair too. Nick had like luscious locks were back, and
Yeah.
oh yeah, it was.
yeah,
So, but yeah, so that was my 15. But yeah, so go ahead, Mark. What was your 15?
mine was Symbol of Life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So you've got that at 15. All right. Do you want to? Well, I think we're probably getting close, maybe, to talking about Symbol Life. We'll see.
maybe.
We're
Do you want?
pretty close. We're pretty
Okay. Okay.
close.
So Albert, what was your 15 then?
My 15 is In Requiem, which is one of those records I really, really enjoyed at the time. And in retrospect, for me, there's something that isn't sitting right, even though there's a bunch of songs that I still really enjoy from that album. And at the time it felt really exciting to me that Paradise Lost were getting that much heavier again. But in like I said, just kind of in sober analysis, nearly 20 years later, holy hell. I have it. Yeah, I have it at 15.
As you
But
didn't give it the Requiem bump just
yeah,
because of the namesake, a
but
couple slots up or something, perhaps. But
if you want to snake this list, I think it'd be advantageous
why don't
discussion
you go with
wise.
your 14 then, Albert?
Yes, which I have a Symbol of Life.
Okay,
Okay.
wonderful.
So yeah, I have this record at 14, so I guess I have it the highest out of all of us.
Yeah,
Um,
I guess so. I guess so.
I was struggling with it. I was flopping stuff back and forth last night, but I do really like that record a lot.
I
I
like
remember
that.
I remember getting I've got the sweatshirt on to prove it. But I remember when that first came out, I'd moved into an apartment and I got I bought this like high end stereo off this guy, and that was one of the early CDs. I remember I got it. I don't know how long it took to get over here from, because I don't believe there was any U.S. distribution. I think it was probably still an import. But I remember laying on the floor with headphones on, listening to that record. I think 2 or 3 times in a row, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And then like when No Celebration hits, and there's like chugging guitar again. There's Greg's lead, and I was like getting like goosebumps.
Mm-hmm.
So that I hold I've got a high regard for that record, but I don't know. There's still some some duds on there, I think, but
Figure out a
um,
bit.
they were really they were really trying, I think, and like naturally, I think it kind of came back. But Pray Night Falls, incredible track, and
Well, it's interesting you mentioned No Celebration because I wrote that that's the easy pick for me. It's still one of my favorite Paradise Lost songs. That release when Nick finally screams it, it's it's weird because for a record that I'm not like that familiar with, it has some really high highs to it still. There's still really like, awesome songs that I return to. So,
yeah,
um, so Albert, why did you have it ranked so highly?
I was gonna say that's so highly at 14. To me, it represents. It's weird because Decibel has been around 22 years. This record came out like 2 years before we started, and I was still kind of working in the music magazine business. So what I remember in particular was actually getting serviced this record because it was this. I think it was Koch or something was had it in the U.S. It had U.S. release and distribution, and I remember
okay,
thinking, "Wow, I'm actually getting a Paradise Lost record sent to me, for the first time, literally
Good time. Yeah.
ever, to cover." And so that was kind of neat and exciting. And I do remember they toured on that record here, and it was disastrous for them. It was their second US tour, their second disastrous US tour. They opened for Opeth. And as you know, Opeth fans are famously assholes. Um, so that was kind of a rough pairing. I, PL was still obviously there's still a lot of electronic elements to what they were doing. They were definitely playing um, with backing tracks, whether it was keyboards, which I think it felt like people knew that and didn't like that, and they were just touring as a 5 piece at the time. But it was just like the vibe, a lot of the vibe was off presentation wise, I thought. And a lot of the electronic stuff on it I felt didn't add anything at that point. Like I understood, obviously on Host, I understand where it's coming from. Even to an extent, I believe in Nothing. I think it's effective at times, but I feel like it was almost unnecessary to make the songs work on Symbol of Life. But all that trashing aside, I think there's just like some great songs on it. Obviously, No Celebration is um I would say it's kind of a modern PL classic, even though it's a little bit overlooked. I don't think they played it like every show, but I think it's good enough that they could. Um, I do. I like. I like the title track. I like the goofy electronic single, Erased. I like. I like that self-obsessed song that does not sound like a Paradise Lost song at all. That like up
yeah,
tempo little rocker, right? I think that's I think that's like you talk about with Believe in Nothing. Like, would you like this if this wasn't Paradise Lost? Like, I'd love that song if it wasn't Paradise Lost. I think I like it less because it's a Paradise Lost song because it doesn't fit. But I think it's a great song. And the US version also had the Bronski beat cover on it of Small Town Boy,
oh,
which
it's fantastic.
which is I think their best cover they've ever done. I think it's one of the best covers any metal band has ever done.
It's
So
one of the most difficult songs I think to cover, and they managed to somehow do it in their style.
the,
Just because like Nick's not going to sing falsetto the whole time.
no, it's a successful reinterpretation without abandoning the feel of that song was to begin with.
Yeah,
I think
Where I didn't even know it was a cover for a long time. You know what I
yeah,
mean? That's the thing. Like I wasn't really familiar with the original for a long time, and so when somebody pointed that out or I read about it, I was like, oh, interesting, huh? Weird, you
yeah.
know? because it fits so. Did Reese? Is this still Reese Folber?
It
Is that
is.
his name?
It's a
From
Reese
Frontline?
Folber. I think this is his first
He'll do
PL.
this and the self-titled one, correct? I think.
Yeah.
Yes, this is his first one.
Well, it's really interesting you mentioning that tour because I feel like if like Draconian Times era PL tours with Opeth around like Orchid, that works probably. And maybe even modern Paradise Lost with current Opeth, but like it's like the exact wrong time for both those bands to have done like a American tour. I don't know. That's like it's just that, like you said, that the electronic kind of era, if you will, of PL, and I don't know, like pretty that's still when like Opeth had like maybe a purity to it that people expected, I suppose,
Yeah, I think Opeth were still like I don't think anybody thought of Opeth as anything but a metal band
Yeah.
back
Yeah.
then. This is 2003. And when PL played, I don't think they played anything older than material from 1 Second. Or maybe
Wow.
it's possible I have of course Scott Korber managed to get a bootleg of this show. So I have it somewhere and I could check the track listing. They may have played Hallowed Land. That may have been like the one thing that happened there, but I don't remember for sure.
I think the closest that made it to Michigan was Pittsburgh, wasn't it? That tour.
Jeez,
I don't know.
Because I remember thinking about going. I was like, I can't drive that far at the time, or maybe that was the Nightwish tour they did a little later on.
Oh yeah, that's 2007.
Yeah, because they haven't played Michigan, I don't think, since that Blondie show that they rank as their worst ever.
When we saw them, we had to drive to Cleveland.
Yeah,
to see them. Yeah, and then I've seen them in Vegas and like MDF and things like that since. But
I've just only seen them at Milwaukee Metal Fest, unfortunately.
Oh yeah,
here I'll give you this really quick just to give you some context because I just found it. This is the track list from that show. Say Just Words, Erased, Hallowed Land, Mouth, So Much Is Lost, Two Worlds, Mystify, Small Town Boy, Self-Obsessed, Isolate, 1 Second.
Wow.
It's not bad. That's a pretty good list.
It's a good list, but that is very much of a period that is going to be very low in the rankings here.
Yeah, it's true.
It's almost like, man, if you could have picked, who would be the band they should have toured with in that era? Like 2002, like Viva Emptiness Catatonia, that might have been like a better fit. Now could those two bands have attracted like big crowds in America? That's a bigger debate. But it's just a wrong pairing.
I mean, honestly, if again, I don't want to go too far down a rabbit hole here, but if you want to talk about, when they should have toured here, it really was, they were here in 93. It really was like 90, 94, 95, 96, 97. And then they could have fucked off for a little while after that.
Yeah.
Because, they could have done, shows with Typo Negative. They could have done shows with Danzig. They could have done meaningful tours with some like-minded acts. Whereas by, the scene plus the music they were playing for those late 90s to early 2000s, there's just isn't a lot to mix with.
Yeah.
So Albert, you get the final weight on Symbol of Life. Then what song are we gonna play?
I think that's a pretty easy one. I think that's got to be No Celebration.
That's what I would have. Yeah, awesome, great choice. So Mark, do you want to take us to break then, and then we'll come back and kind of keep going with our list?
Yeah, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go listen to Mouth from Believe in Nothing, and then very quick set here, and then No Celebration from Symbol of Life, and then we'll be back to see if our lists converge anymore.
with the wealth of gold. Increased demands. Release me from the seams of old. I can't make it clear. You just won't hear. On this New Year's Day, there's no celebration. There's no celebration from me. Could see you there. We just don't care. On this New Year's Day, without hesitation, there's no celebration from me.
You just heard No Celebration from Symbol of Life and Mouth from Believe in Nothing on the Paradise Lost countdown. We are getting close to everybody's lining up perfectly. So we're back
Well,
to
I feel like a car crash is coming soon, perhaps.
we're down to we're down to 14 now.
We're in our 14th. So, Mark, why don't you go with your 14 first, I suppose?
All right, I'm gonna go with 1 second.
Okay, so you got 1 second at 14. All right, interesting. Like maybe a couple words on that before I know we're
No,
not talking about
absolutely
it yet.
not. No, it was one
All right,
one
fuck it.
second.
Move on.
No, I think 1 second for me when it first came out. I listened to this album so much, and it was exactly like in my headspace at the time. I wanted to branch out from just listening to death metal, and like one of my favorite bands was branching out more. And I just listened to that nonstop. It got serviced really well. I remember getting, I think, 3 or 4 different CD singles from the company that was servicing it at the time, and I've still got the PR photo up on the wall in my little PL shrine in my office. But going back and listening to it again, I feel like it's kind of uneven. There's some songs that are just incredible, and there's some where I'm just kind of like, kind of pushing it. So this is, I mean, it's coming down to like, which kid are you going to throw off the boat?
So,
There's reasons why I love them all, but this, at the end of the day, for 2026, this is kind of where it's fallen for me, just because I feel like the album was a little, not fluff, but there was some that didn't land for me on this record. Blood
this
of Another,
record,
for instance, and
I won't tell you my ranking yet, but this is one that like moved between like 4 or 5 different spots at different times.
yeah,
Just
I've had
how you kind of thought about it.
This I changed with another more, I don't know, regarded record, I guess. But I've had a lot of changes. I can, at the end of the show, we can go through some of them.
Sure.
But, so that's kind of where I'm at with 1 second.
I had at 14 to get our 14s out, Host. And I really tried. I didn't want those 3 records in the middle there to all be so near the bottom. And again, it was really tough for me. It's kind of ranked it on the records I reach for. And as much as I like Host, and I respect it a lot, I didn't get it at the time. I think I told you I had a burn of it. It's just not the one I reach for that much. And I kind of had to go ultimately like with my gut and be like, what are the ones I actually like listen to the most? I don't know. And I still like it a lot. I think it's, but I think maybe in a way I preferred what like the other like Anathema, Catatonia, and Bride were doing in like 98 a little bit more for me. And that's just my own kind of personal taste, I suppose.
That's
I had
what
a
these lists are
question.
for.
Well, and I had a question. I was kind of curious what, I think Mark and we've probably talked about this before, but Albert, what do you see as like the launching pad for I'll call it the spiritual crisis of European metal, like 96, 97 movement? Is there like one record you see as like the link in that chain that was about to take all those bands kind of on their little side quests? Do you see like a kind of canary in the coal mine record? I've always kind of wondered what your thoughts are, because I think Chris and Mark and I have probably, debated this before, just hanging out at each other's houses.
Are you talking like kind
Like
of
when
the,
they all sort of went on their little spirit quests, Anathema and Bride and kind of, like everybody kind of like went and ventured out a bit. Is there like a record you see as like the launch of that, between that kind of scene where everyone's like, let's go explore our non-metal roots for a while, and then maybe we'll come back?
I mean, honestly, you gotta like it's probably something like Icon, even though I know it's still obviously a very metal album. It's the first, like, think about 93, think about where Anathema is in 93. It's like Serenades. Think about where MDB is.
That's
It's
loose. Yeah.
it's
Yep.
what is it? Thrash Naked Limbs EP, I think, is 93.
Yeah.
And Turn Loose the Swans obviously is 93. Like, I mean, I guess it might be Turn Loose the Swans. It might be, to me, that those are two, like, they're obviously bringing in more goth influences and even like kind of post rock influences with some of the stuff on Turn Loose the Swans. I know you're thinking like, oh, what is it's got to be something later because that's when everybody really.
You're not wrong in your icon. Like, I guess you like, I think philosophically you're 100% correct.
Yeah,
I think maybe I was thinking of like where they really went off the range.
right, where because to me it's like once, like, because Icon is definitely way out of most people's comfort zone. I remember just getting it and just being like, oh, this band is different now.
We got aspirations beyond. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it's like here was proof of concept that one of these bands could break out of this, like, kind of, ghetto, for lack of a better term, death doom feel, where it was like they were no longer confined to one particular subgenre.
Mhm.
And so I think I think it all kind of starts there. But like, I think the other thing was just like, I don't think these bands were necessarily influenced by the specific turns that they were all taking as much as they were influenced by the idea that it was okay to make the turns,
Yeah, and really, like, because these guys are in their 20s still, most of them. I'm just trying to think, like, how long a couple years seemed back then. Like, now it blows on by, but, like, how quickly your interests can shift, within 6 months when you're,
I mean, dude,
20 years old.
Think about Gothic to Icon.
It's crazy.
That's
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
Well, and like Mark said, you're consciously searching. If you're a fan like us, and I'm sure most of these guys are, I know that they're fans of music. They're just trying to break down like different doors and find old stuff and new stuff and this and that. And they're fans of music, not just metal. And it's very clear, based on, when you talk about that list of bands we sort of mentioned. But yeah, so you're right. Like, I mean, I feel like I remember, just to tell a specific story, I remember going to Europe to study in Italy, and I left Mark behind, and I came back from Europe, and he was like a fully fledged like fan of jazz. And I had been a fan of jazz like before that a bit because of our manager at the record store. And I came back, and I think you had started working a little bit with Mike Johnston doing some Northwood stuff. And it was just like, whoa, Mark changed so much, or whatever, like, but it was just like a 5-month sort of period. But like all of a sudden, like you could just do that. And that was like being in college and being a fan of music, that you could just like all of a sudden take on this whole other, not a persona, because you were still a metal fan and stuff, but like you could just open up this, dimensionalities and diversify yourself, these multitudes of different
and I think as soon as somebody tells me I'm one thing, I'm like, fuck you, I'm exactly what I wanted to be. And these bands, like, everybody telling them, oh, you're extreme death metal band. It's like, I don't want to be an extreme death metal band anymore. And I kind of like that was an unpopular kind of sound for mainstream, I think at the time, but for metal, it was just like, holy shit,
Mm.
that just kind of popped out of nowhere.
I
Yeah.
think that
Yeah.
I think it's also at the end of the day, it's like if you like music enough to be in a band, you're a music fan first, and once you're obsessive enough to play in a band and write your own music and play your own music, you're going to be obsessive enough to reach beyond the one type of thing that you're doing. So, I think the crazier thing is when bands don't change or don't evolve.
Well, I feel like when you hear an album from a band, they have cycled through months and months of not only writing and recording that music, but probably the previous years influencing the songs that are on that record, so that by the time you then meet that band, they've worked through that stuff. And I feel the same way, where like a lot of the things I used to love, I still love them, but I don't listen to them anymore because I've already worked through them. And I'm like looking for like the next thing to like kind of work through and absorb. It's like the person that watches like the same movie over and over again. I always find that like weird to me. Like, don't you want to like see what else is out there?
Mm.
And there are a lot of people who are very comfortable being like, no, I'm good with this. This is very comfortable for me. And there are bands like that, and I think Paradise Lost is definitely not one of them, So to come back to what we're talking about here. So, all right. So let's see. We just did 14, so now we're on to 13. Anyone
Let's
want to?
we'll go around to
What's
Albert since he
yeah,
already got his early one.
yeah.
Oh,
What you
right.
got?
I have Ascension at 13. The
Oh,
record
hot
from
take. Okay, hot take.
Hot Take. It's a hot take.
I don't
I
know.
think I think
It was number two. Wasn't it number two in the top 40? I mean, like
Well,
it's
that's of
a
the year though.
that's of
of
the
the year.
year.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, I guess it speaks to the quality of Paradise Lost. There you go.
Speaks to the quality of Paradise Lost and perhaps the lack of quality of music in 2025. If I'm being completely honest. But but I also think it's new, and
Mm.
you know what I mean. It's kind
Mhm.
of hard for me to, even though I've heard it a bunch, and I really like it. I think it's hard for me to get a feel of kind of where it fits, and
Where will you be reaching for it 3 years from now?
right, like I don't know, like I had Obsidian at 16, and as something that I don't know if we've ever discussed this. I know it's talked about in the No Celebration book. Is that stylistically, over the past 20 some years or so, maybe even longer, maybe 30 years now, they like Greg tends to write records almost in pairs, like,
Hmm.
and to me it's like, stylistically Ascension is the sister album to Obsidian. I just kind of I think I just preferred the songs on Ascension to Obsidian personally. But yeah, again, it's still like, it's like I haven't even lived with it a year. I don't know where it's gonna wind up, but I think it's a good record. So yeah, I have it 13.
Yeah, that's a very logical take. I respect that for sure. What about you, Mark? What do you got at 13?
Faith divides, death unites.
Okay.
But what multiplies?
Yeah. All right. Cool. Any initial thoughts, or you just want to withhold or wait till we get to that record?
Uh, Honestly, I don't really have a whole lot to say about the record. When it came out, I was stoked, as I always am, to hear a new PL record. It's one of the ones I don't go back to very much,
Mm.
but I kind of, where it's positioned there, it makes sense. It's just another kind of step along the way of them kind of coming back to embracing every aspect of their, previous sound. But it's, I don't know if some of the vocal performance I really like. Some of it I'm kind of, it's it's a little too tough guy vocal. Like it seems a little too strained or something to me.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see that. Okay.
But there's still some, there's some great songs on there as well. But let me see, what did I have for the? I think has Horizon's End. That was a single, wasn't it? Or no?
The singles were it was single or the title track, and oh man, right, the Rise of Denial.
Rise of
Was it?
Denial. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And then there's like songs like Living with Scars has the worst butt rock riff in the beginning, but then a great breakdown that sounds like PL.
I think that's the thing about PL, right?
Yeah.
Even like that, yeah, that song is really weird. It's really angular riffing at the beginning, but you
Yeah.
stick with it, and then there's this like great like traditional PL hook that emerges.
And a
And
really good chorus in it
yeah,
as well. It's like,
it's like you can't even not write like what do you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
it's like it just kind of happens.
There
Yeah, that's a weird one.
there are some newer, like when I say newer, like last 15 years, like Catatonia songs that are like that, where it starts with kind of like a weird angular riff that I'm like, eh. And then they'll like find like a classic chorus, but it's like, unfortunately, Catatonia does that too much, almost to the point of like ad nauseum. PL like on occasion will do something like that, but yeah, sometimes it's like you gotta like sift through whatever weird idea they're at the beginning, and then you're like, oh shit, this is a great hooky chorus, or this is a amazing guitar solo, Gregor, kind of just tearing the paint off or something. But
Yeah. I feel like there's some of these, there's still some of those, that earlier Symbol of Life era, that kind of like rock influence is still kind of making its way into it a little bit. But that's kind of like one of the last vestiges is that Living with Scars
Mhm.
track, I think.
so I had for 13 Medusa. So
Okay.
yeah, so I've got Medusa there. I mean, I have thoughts on it, but I'll kind of wait till I think we get to it, and that's so far Medusa has two slots, I suppose,
This
two
should
of three.
this should
Yes.
work well, based on
What your
based on
number
what's coming
12
up
is?
at 12.
Okay, so tell us, Albert, what is your number 12?
Well, actually, you know what we should do is you guys should tell us what your 12 is, and then
Okay.
I can tell you so we can
Okay.
keep it rolling.
Well,
All
I'll,
right,
I'll
Jason.
just I'll double tap if you will.
Yeah.
I have 1 second at 12.
Okay.
I fucking love half this record, and I like the second part of it. You know what I mean? It's like there are songs, like 6 songs on 1 second, that are like I listened to ad nauseum back when it came out, and I still love them. And then there's like a lot of forgettable songs as well. So it's like a tale of two records, I suppose. So it's still a great record. I mean, number 12 is still, like, for me, a high ranking. I mean, I don't know. So that's my number 12. What about you, Mark? What's your 12?
I have Host at 12.
Okay, you got Host at 12. Got it. All right. We're getting there. We've got a handful of records that have 2 of 3 sort of filled out. So then,
Oh.
Albert, what do you have at number 12?
I'll bring you home at number 12 with Medusa,
All right. Here we go.
which this is Mark's 16, was it? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
16.
Mark, I
You're
remember,
12.
okay, so Mark's issue with it was the guitar sound, which he's not wrong. It's really weird in retrospect, and even at the time, it was kind of a weird thing. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like loud without being heavy at times. Like but to me, that record's the like the response to Beneath Broken Earth from
Yeah.
Plague Within.
Plague Within. Yes.
Yep.
Sorry, 17 albums are not all on instant recall. And so like Greg really leaned into the writing of the doomy and death doom stuff a bit more on that record, and I don't know, man, at the time it just really hit me. I really liked it. It was that, in fact, you want to talk about Ascension being high on Decibel Top 40. 2017 album of the year Decibel was Medusa. That got the most votes from everyone. So there definitely was a contingent of people who were way into it. And I like that record a lot. I wasn't going to be the guy who stood in the way of Paradise Lost getting a number 1 album
Yeah.
of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
So that's what we rolled with. But it is it's kind of a weird record because it's a doom record, so it plods. it, you
On
know,
a road, it's too slow for me. Like, and then that's not usually a bad thing because, I mean, Albert, the last time you really joined us was for a 90s Death Doom show, and a lot of those
right.
bands were very plot. We
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think I had come to expect something more out of Paradise Lost from an energy perspective. I think maybe in 2017, and maybe that's my issue with it in hindsight. I don't
I
Well,
know.
we
think
get
I think it's
we get
fair.
Blood and Chaos on there is that
It's
breaks
an
it up a
outlier
little
though.
bit.
Yeah.
It's like it's one of those things that just doesn't fit on the record. It's almost they remind you, oh yeah, we still know how to do this. We just decided not to for this record.
It's true.
Um, and you know,
Kind of like,
I don't know.
oh,
I think there's I like it. And it's really that's more of a mood record for me with them if I'm reaching for something. Um, but I do think I would like to hear that record with a slightly different guitar tone, if that makes any sense. Because there's something not quite right about the guitar tone on that
I
album.
appreciate like them going out on a limb or Greg going on a limb with that type of sound
Mhm.
because it's definitely not what I expected at all. And I don't dislike it, but it's definitely you're right about it's a mood record. It's a kind of a miserable record, really.
Yeah, it
I, th-
is.
I think Nick's vocals are really especially death vocals are really on point. I think I missed his clean vocals a little bit on the record more. Ever since he started doing it again, I feel like sometimes they push that a little too much.
Right.
But
what did you guys think of The Longest Winter? Because that's a song that like stands out to me because of all like the embrace of kind of typo negative type influence, which I hadn't really heard as direct before with them, I suppose. That kind of was like a light bulb for me where I was like, oh, that's cool. I wonder if they'll do something like that more or lean into that sound a little bit more. Did you guys have a thought on that aspect of the record or the
Uh,
song, I guess?
I mean, I actually do, and it's very specific because it's like that song I thought was okay, and then John Darnielle of the Mountain Goats covered it, sent it to me, and I was
Interesting.
like, oh my God, I have not like just like heard what a like great sad like little like pop song this is, and it just like it I don't know it kind of it it just reemerged to me. It was like I saw it in a much different light.
Recontextualize, yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting.
recontextualized. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I really, really like that song now. And I feel like that record also has like a really good closer, like Until the Grave,
yeah,
which, that's like when we get to choosing songs because I think I win this round with this one, the highest
So what
rank.
are you picking? Yeah, what are you
uh,
picking, Albert?
Until the Grave, because
Oh,
I think
sweet.
I'm also trying to be cognizant here as we go to mix up the types
Mm,
of songs that are appearing in our playlist at the end of this.
that's really
Uh,
nice of you.
you know,
Because
I'm a thoughtful guy.
people are going to hear whatever the fuck I want them to hear, and they're just going to have to deal with it. But here you are, the kind soul of us. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's certainly not the Requiem does not have a long history of looking out for the listeners. So
Oh, jeez.
we
We
like
like to
to
abuse them.
bludgeon them.
I'm
Yes.
trying to give back. But no, I really like that song. Bottom line, and I like this record a lot. But again, we're 12 out of 17. So
Sweet.
what can you do?
I've
Well, why
got
don't you
one
take-
little note on this one as well is that this is it's probably not it's the first time I recognized at the time when it came out that I believe it's on the title track that it sounds like a pallbearer riff.
Mm.
That kind of like more of like a major, kind of sound. And that was like it was like, oh my God. So because I believe they were touring together at the time.
They were
And-
touring Europe in 2017.
Yeah, and that it showed a lot because if you go back in retrospect and like Shades of God, you can hear Trouble and more than I at the time I thought Cathedral was completely original before I heard Trouble, and I was
Right.
like, oh, they're just lifting Trouble, but I think it says something about how much they respected that band that they pulled in something that's it's not like a ripoff, but it's like through their lens. It's not something that I think a kind of riff they'd normally do.
No, and far be it for me to speculate. but I'm about to speculate.
That's what we do here.
In 2015, Paul Bearer was on the Decibel tour along with Valenfire and Greg McIntosh. And 2015 would have certainly been when he started writing for
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Medusa. So you might be onto something there, Mark.
Okay.
That's good. That's good. We like to investigate here on Requiem.
It's a true crime podcast.
It is, yeah. Well, those are more popular than
I
metal.
know,
We
that's
should
why-
honestly just do a true crime podcast and then work in metal references to everything.
Yeah.
We could take like gore grind and gore lyrics and just turn it into crime scenes and just like try and solve like the mystery of like what's happening in this Carcass or Cannibal Corpse song. That'd be a fascinating thesis to pull off, you know.
Yeah, for at least
See if
one
we can get some
episode.
advertising.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Albert, why don't you take the turn then? So you just did 12. Why don't you give us your 11 as we kind of cycle through?
All right. At 11, I have 1999's Host.
Okay.
Which,
Right.
All right. Time to talk about Host.
Time to talk about Hosts. I know Jason's done Host. Mark, did you do Host yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Mine was
Mark
12.
had it 12.
Okay, 12.
I had it 14. So
Okay, so we're getting somewhere here. All right, Host.
I'll give my quick take really quick, and
do
because you guys are gonna have longer takes. Yeah, I just said it was like I said, I never reach for it as much, and I don't. The thing I like the most about Hosts is there's no half measure. Like they just go for it, and I have a lot of respect for them for doing that. You know, that's something like, you know, it took probably balls to put that record out. I think at the time that it maybe came out. You know, and that's all I want to say really quick before you guys probably, you know, get into it, because you probably have deeper thoughts about it. But I really like Harbor because I'm kind of a whore for 90s trip hop, and I love In All Honesty. Those are two songs in going back to find a song for Host, because I'd always kind of stuck to, you know, Say Just Word, or not Say Just Words, but All Hope Is Lost, or So Much Is Lost. Jeez, I'm bad with these song titles that I didn't write down. But man, In All Honesty really hit me this time going through. I was like, man, this is really one of the greatest songs
great
that
track.
they wrote. Yeah. So, but anyways, that's my quick thoughts. I'm sure you guys have deeper things to say. So go ahead.
Don't be so sure.
All right. Let's see how deep you are, Albert.
Why did you have Host rank so high, you guys? I mean, not so high, but certainly higher than I did.
Yeah, it's funny. Still, like, I look at it, I'm like, you know, we're like, oh, is this so high? And it's like, it's not even a top 10 Paradise Lost record. When I have it here, here's what I would say from about this point on, in terms of my process of ranking. You're gonna have stuff at the top, which is gonna be expected. And then you're going to have a long period of records that I think like you're going to find a hard time for consensus on. And with those records, for me, it came down to which ones had the most songs that I liked. You know, it wasn't it wasn't a stylistic choice. It wasn't anything based on nostalgia. It was just like, what are the bangers that I'm going to come back to, or what are the songs that have stuck with me? And that's why I have Host there, because I think there's actually a bunch of great singles or potential singles on Host. And, you know, you mentioned a lot of them already, Jason. Another one that I would throw in there is Permanent Solution, which actually had like a big budget video, which if you could probably see in about 140 pixels somewhere online. But it's I don't know. I just think they're good pop songs, and I understand that it's I mean, there's guitar, but it's basically run through a keyboard. You know, I don't understand the whole process of it, but it was like they basically played guitar through a keyboard on this record. So it was very, as you said, Jason, they went all in, which I think I agree, no half measures. It's really cool to just say, fuck all this. This is what this is. And we're 100% for it. And obviously felt strongly enough about it to reemerge 20 plus years later with the side project Host, which, you know, is as close to that record as any other Paradise Lost, more so than any other Paradise Lost record. So I
And I love a couple of the songs on that are great, like
yeah,
really fantastic, really, really neat, hooky, all that sort of stuff.
yeah. So like it's something they you know, uh, Greg was all in on this, and I don't. To me, it doesn't even matter that it's more of a reaction because it is. It's clearly a reaction to them trying to break away from the metal scene and distance themselves and not be tied down by their past. And like, there's no way it could be anything but that because yeah, it's you can trace a line back to 1 second stylistically and understand how they got there, but just take one more step back to draconian times and there's virtually no connection. So it's really wild. I appreciate the bravery, but at the end of the day it's down to the songs, and I think that has a bunch of bangers.
So would you say then with them plugging a guitar through a kind of a keyboard, is this the Van Halen 1984 of extreme metal? Is that the hot take you're suggesting perhaps here?
Yeah, if 1984 sold no records, this is definitely the 1984 of extreme metal.
If there was no Jump, no Panama, no Hot for Teacher, and it was just all weight for the whole record, perhaps
Yes.
so. Mark, you were always a staunch host defender, I feel like back in the day. And I don't think it's a record that needed defense, but I think there was a time period where perhaps there was an overreaction to this and you kind of flew the flag, I think, through some of that mess when maybe other people I knew didn't. What are as you look back on that record
Yeah, I
20
mean,
years later?
it got, I think, a lot of, I mean, putting something like this out in that a climate of extreme metal. I mean, it has no place there. But the thing that for me it was like Albert was saying with the songs are there, but also it still felt like Paradise Lost to me. It didn't. It was still had the whole kind of like package was still there. It was just in a slightly different wrapper with with more drums, more electronics, still miserable songs, good lyrics, good hooks. Like I think Greg's way of songwriting is so bulletproof. You can almost do anything with it. You can play like any type of. It's more of a kind of a pop sensibility, I think. So, I think all this stuff works great in it. And I think I listened to the reissue. I think the first time I was ever on vinyl came out a couple years ago, and what's his name, Jamie from Oregon Studios.
All
I
right.
think he messed with it a little bit. I think I prefer the original mix still, but it's cool to hear that again. But yeah, I think the songs are there. I like the obstinance of. I've heard. I think it was Nick talking about there was on Kerrang. It was like they said something about hair metal, and this. I don't know if this is true or not, but if this is how they remember it, but they were like, "Fuck that! Everybody cut their hair the next day. Like we're not going to, succumb to what people think that we are." So, I appreciate that as well. But the songs are there. The feeling is still there for me.
So Albert, you have honors with the highest ranking. So what song are we going with from host?
I do. I had permanent solution, but you gave such a impassioned stump speech for In All Honesty that I think we should probably roll with that.
That's the same one I had too. So,
Oh, nice. All right, perfect. Yeah, that's a good tune. So
all right.
appreciate that. Here, you're the consensus builder, Albert, and that's why we brought you on. To
Yes.
bring peace and harmony to this broken nation and broken, everything. So,
Yeah. Requiem divides us, unite us. Yeah,
So Jason,
uh,
where are you at on 11?
let's see. My 11 is Faith Divides Us, Death
Oh,
Unites Us.
okay.
Yeah. So we're getting there then on that
We're
record. You
close.
were at 13, you were at 11. So what about you, Mark? What did you
I
have
have
for?
The Plague Within at 11.
Wow, that's interesting. All right.
Yes, I have to. In all honesty, I have to go with my heart here. So,
So let
I
me
think
ask you this real quick, Mark, before you
yes,
kind of, because Albert just gave his thesis of like he sort of ultimately came down to judging this based on like songs that like the highest percentage of songs. I sort of went with maybe like what album do I like reach for the most, maybe. What was your, did you have kind of a weird like parameter for how you rank these records? Was there kind of a
mine
something at the
was
heart or
it was
thesis?
mostly visceral reaction,
Mm.
like
Just
just
just pure gut.
my pure gut, which is usually
Okay.
how I operate. If it feels right, go for it. A lot of the time, that has in the past when you make bad decisions, it doesn't work very well. But in the last 10 years, I think learning how to listen to my gut in a better way. So that was really it. And like with, I think this record is important for obvious reasons of bringing back the full scope of what Paradise Lost has done musically in the past. I think there's a lot of unevenness to the record, and I don't go back to it outside of a couple. I think No Hope in Sight's a great opening track, and Beneath Broken Earth is one of those. It sounds at first it sounds so simple, but it's exactly what they needed at the time. It's like they're this like the video I appreciate as well. It was just all these guys very close ups, but the growling came back in such a strong way that I couldn't imagine that song with anything but that.
Mhm.
And that's when I think it's a success when it's not a
Interesting.
novelty. It's like the songs demanded it.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. I have thoughts. So I'll save them for now on that
Yes.
record. Um, I think that then reaches us to 10. So Albert, why don't you kick us off with your number 10? We're now into the top tens for everyone.
Okay. Number 10, I have Faith Divides Us, Death Unites Us.
And now we can talk. All
The
right.
circle is complete. All
Circle
right.
Yes,
is complete.
we did it.
So the thing I wrote about this, I just said this run of albums is tough because they're really these albums like I call it the trilogy. This and Requiem and Tragic Idol I kind of see as like almost all interconnected in a weird way because it kind of like my nostalgia gets in the face of me a bit because this is sort of when we were starting Requiem as a podcast. It's kind of like right when I got an iPod and I was like listening to a lot of Paradise Lost while I was like running and training for 5Ks and like music sort of became like you could take it everywhere with me. And these kind of records, like 2009, that's kind of like a start of a lot of this stuff. So it's my least favorite, I think, of the trilogy for me, of those three for me on some, that's why I had it
I
ranked
think I'd
the
agree with you on
lowest of
that.
those three.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Albert? You had it ranked, I guess, the highest of the three of us, although we're all pretty close.
Right. Yeah. I don't really have any nostalgia for it. It's 2009. I think yeah, this is like I would have just moved. I've only lived in Virginia for a few months by then. So, um, it's basically, again, this is like, as I talked about earlier with the idea of Greg writing records kind of in pairs. This is the sister record to in Requiem, which I had, several spots lower. For me, it's like kind of like in a lot of ways it's a better version of that album, where we've actually talked a little bit about this one already with like living in scars, having kind of the weird angular riffs but still evolving and revealing like a classic Paradise Lost hook. um,
Mhm.
I think like vocally, uh, maybe it was Mark who had some criticisms for Greg's deliver or Nick's delivery on this one, but I absolutely love his vocals on this one. Like, I think for me, it's like where he's finally uh, gotten comfortable with that kind of like the icon Draconian Times voice again that he had. He doesn't use it on every track,
Yep.
Hmm.
but I think he uses it here more effectively than when it would like kind of peek in a little bit, especially on in Requiem. I think it's more viable here. I
Really like how he uses it in the title track when he does the vanquish the pain. It's like
Yes.
that's like ooh, it's like a clear highlight moment for me on that record. And like you said, he effectively hits that gruff voice, but he does it in a way where he can then take it right into a hook, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that, and I think that song in particular, I think that's a great Paradise Lost song. I think that's like, you know, like that's again another one that like, could they play that one every show? And is anybody going to complain? No, that's fine. Do that. Figure out a way
Mm.
to make that like appear in most of your sets. Um, I really like the song. And what funny to me is the song before it, Frailty, is actually my favorite song on the record. I
That's
think
the one I wrote as
yeah,
my pick besides the title track. I love
yeah.
Frailty as
I think
well.
Yeah.
Frailty is fucking awesome, and I think it's like one of those like I have no idea if they've even ever played that song live. You know,
One no one talks about. You're
right?
right. But yeah, it's like awesome,
Yeah,
amazing. Yeah.
it, that to me, that's like that's the record. That's the track I have picked from this one too. But yeah, it's again, it's not perfect, but it's them. I feel like by this record, they are 100% comfortable in their own skin again as a metal band. You know, like
Yeah.
all those, and it's like, is it's obviously I've had 10, so I think they're going to get better still. But this is the point where they are a metal band again, and like you can't really deny any of that. It doesn't sound like forced or um, you know, it's just ill-conceived or contrite or disingenuous. It's like it feels like they've like worked themselves into where they needed to go. And I think for me personally, I guess if there is one thing that maybe I'm a little nostalgic about this album is it's like this is the first Paradise Lost record that I shoehorned into the Decibel Top 40 Albums of the Year list in 2009. And I remember liking Requiem enough at the time in 2027
Awesome. Yeah.
to want to do that, but I didn't because Decibel was only a few years old, and I felt like, oh, it's not my role to like basically force my tastes on the world here yet. But by that time, I felt like, you know what? I guess maybe I was comfortable enough with running the magazine at that point that I thought I need to be able to do things that I like really believe in here. And we'll see if people get on board. And I remember because our lists come out really early. Um, I remember like seeing that like pop up on like Pitchfork's list and shit like that too. And I was like, okay, all right, something's happening.
Seems like
You know,
green, yeah.
it's like Paradise Lost were you know, critical darlings early on, and then like there's a you know, almost a 2 decade gap of not being
Hello, period. Yeah,
recognized. So it's kind of for me, it's also it's that point where it's like, oh, people are going to start. It isn't just my like little group of friends and associates that are going to take this band seriously. Other people are going to now too.
This was our first Paradise Lost record for our, we used to do our year-end episodes in the early years of Requiem when we had shorter, more, and so this has some nostalgia for that too, because again, we were at the point where now we're doing this podcast. Now we're really dissecting and digesting metal in a different way. And I'll be honest, I have my very first brainstorm of a list. And I originally had this, I think, at 14 or 15, and it sort of, I went back and did a re-listen to everything, and it jumped like almost, 4 spots. And so that was a kind of a surprise to me because I kind of thought it was, I don't know, maybe it was less memorable to me in terms of my nostalgia. But when I sat down and actually went pound for pound with the songs, I was like, oh, this is, so, aged pretty well. It's not perfect. I had it at 11, but it's still like better than I remembered it being, I suppose.
Yeah, it creeped up on my list a little more too. I think this I think in Requiem works better for pulling songs out of it. For me, this album works better as a whole. Listening to it as a whole, the feel of the whole thing. But I think that kind of adjusted some of my where I decided to throw this in the list too. It was
Yeah.
just one of those things. I kept going back, like, I know I like this record a lot, but it was hard for me to try to, like, I've probably listened to every record at least 2 or 3 times, if not more. Trying to compile the list. I was taking this way too seriously, like it was like a, term paper for my graduate thesis or something. But I wanted this the list to really reflect how I felt at this point, in 2026 about this band.
That's fair. Absolutely. I don't think you should apologize for that. I mean, it's
Oh no,
it's like one of the bands that is like a flagship band for us. In a lot of ways. It's become like a humorous joke at this point. For inside joke for Requiem fans.
yeah, yeah,
So I think we're at 3 songs, aren't we?
we are.
It's time to do it.
We're
So,
gonna go Frailty, right? Is that the
Frailty.
consensus?
Right. Yep. So what do we got up coming up then?
We've got Frailty for. Oh, let's start with the beginning. So let's go back to Medusa. We're gonna have Until the Grave from Medusa, In All Honesty from Host, and Frailty from Faith Provides Death and Access.
sit alone, anticipate great times of change, but they're all washed away with laughter as we wait to perish, turn to ashes, things we've all gone through. Sit alone and celebrate good times of change. Sit alone, annihilate all words of praise when it all seems to spell disaster. Words of wisdom have no meaning in all honesty. It's just fiction.
You just heard Frailty from Faith Divides, Death Unites, In All Honesty from Host, and Until the Grave from Medusa. Now we're coming back to number 10 will be
Yep.
revealed.
So Albert just hit us with his 10, which was Faith Divides Us. And so now it's up to you and I, Mark. So why don't you go first?
In Requiem. Boom. That was me.
Oh, okay. In Requiem. All right. Interesting. Anything, or you want to wait till we talk about that record?
Yeah, I don't have a ton to say. Let's wait on that guy.
Okay.
Where are you
All
at?
right. So here's a bomb. Probably I don't know if
Uh-oh.
it's the first bomb of the episode that I'm dropping here. But in number 10, I have a little record called Lost Paradise.
Ooh.
Oh, I know. I'll say this, shocker. I know. I guess I never loved this one as much as you guys because it was the 5th Paradise Lost record I heard. I wasn't around when it came out. I wasn't around when Gothic came out. I was still buying Pantera records and stuff. So objectively, I know it's fucking amazing. I like it a lot. I just don't reach for it as much because I don't have. And again, my policy was: what albums do I pull off the shelf? What albums do I put on the most? Is it an all timer? Did it help fucking create a subgenre? Absolutely, it did. So there's. You guys will obviously have this one ranked much higher, and I don't fault you at all because objectively, you're probably right and I'm probably wrong. But it was just kind of my
Don't
my
be
own
so hard on
weird
yourself,
parameters
Jason.
that I went
Yeah,
with. No, I'm just saying.
Jason, peel it back, man. You're gonna be surprised.
I think it might be closer than you think.
Okay. I just, so I guess I'm the first to drop a classic record, I suppose,
Yeah.
So.
Well,
Yeah,
Where,
there
where are
you
you at,
go.
Albert, on 9?
I have Lost Paradise at number
Hey,
9.
so do I.
Oh, shit. All right. Here we are. Okay. Great. So what are your guys' thoughts on that? Because, yeah.
I don't know, man. I love the setup to this.
I was apologizing for saying
Yeah, it's again, considering my approach to this with which is the one that's got the songs that are most meaningful that I go back to, side B of this record is pretty fucking good with Rotting Misery, Frozen Illusion, Breeding Fear.
those are my 2 songs I
yeah.
picked was
Yeah.
Breeding Fear and Frozen Illusion. Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty goddamn badass. Okay.
Mhm.
It does have songs that are just awkward and maybe don't work in the sober light of 35 plus years of hearing this album, and really doing my best to not lean into the nostalgia of it because this is the second Paradise Lost record I heard.
I think, yeah, same with me.
Yeah,
I think I
so
went
it's
into Gothic first and then went back.
Yeah. So I think Mark and I probably have the same exact timeline with how we heard these records and when we heard them. I think that I think Nick sounds awesome. I think the guitar tone is interesting. And again, I hate to keep referencing No Celebration because I know not everybody who is listening to this has read that book for
Probably a good majority. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, the thing that some people might be missing out on is there's a new version of it, an
There
expanded
is.
edition. I have 3 copies of this book. The original copy, I have the one that Dale Peterson put out,
Right.
and then I have the Bible version.
Isn't the Bible version sick?
I love it. I love
Yeah.
it.
We're
It's
very
right next
happy.
to my other Bibles.
Mark, did you by chance, not to let the cat out of the bag, but did you by chance pick up your birthday gifts that I left at my mom's house for you yet?
I have not because I was
You were sick. Yeah.
my humanity was coming out both ends. Yeah.
So not to be the spoiler, but there is another copy of that book there signed by the band for you.
Oh,
So
thanks, dude.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And that's when I recorded that message when I was running security for MDF for the
My
Paradise
birthday message.
Plus. Yeah, your birthday message that I
That's
held
right,
on
yeah.
to. He finally got it, Albert.
Oh, you did? Good.
I did.
Yeah, just so I've been holding that one, hoping I didn't accidentally delete it. I think I had sent it to Lisa as a backup plan, just in
Okay.
case something happened to my phone.
Well, I appreciate that. That's gonna.
But yeah. So
Have
you'll
a
have a
nice
fourth
place of
copy
honor.
now. Yeah, there
Four
you go.
copies. I only have two. I only have
Yeah, me. I just have two as well.
yeah,
Well, you got to put on another version.
I guess. Oh man. Um, but anyway, that book.
The Ascension version, where there's 55 pages on Ascension,
Oh
just
my
to sort of
God.
add on.
I've already got the 2 box sets. Yeah.
But yeah, that's so yeah, the expanded edition of No Celebration is out. It's really nice. We're real happy with it. David E. Gilkey, the author, has authored a number of books since then for Decibel. Great guy. Jason, you got to meet him
Yeah,
doing
great guy.
security. But in that book, they talk about the weird recording process of Lost Paradise, where the guitars were recorded without distortion on them, and then the distortion was added after the recording.
Was this Hammy's doing with his like how to become a producer book?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I
So
kind of love the sound. In retrospect, it's nothing ever sounds like this or has sounded like it sounds.
no, it's unique. I think maybe that's changed the way I view it in some ways, but no, man, like this is it's for a debut, it's fantastic. For a Paradise Lost record, you can really hear the naivety in the way it's put together.
Yeah.
Like the best songs, besides Frozen Illusion, or I'm sorry, besides Rotting Misery, are the songs that appeared on the demo right before the album.
Yeah.
So I think that has led me to putting it at 9, and I think we all like kind of agree, like this record's awesome and it's a great Death Doom record, but Paradise
Also
Lost,
imperfect in a lot of ways.
it also turned out that Paradise Lost was capable of so much more, and that's the thing. That's why it's at 9, is because it is such a great debut that put them leaps and bounds ahead of so many bands who were at a similar period in their existence. But again, it also just showed you that the sky was the fucking limit for them.
Yeah.
I think it was cool when I went back and listened, because it'd been a while since I had pulled it off the shelf and listened from start to finish. And Breeding Fear, with the sort of presence of the female vocals, seemed like such like a thesis statement for like what the launching pad of the next evolution was going to be, and I was like, okay, because I'd always focused, I think, on Rotting Misery and maybe Frozen Illusion, and I kind of gained a new sense of appreciation for that song, because I was like, oh, this is, if you're looking at the trajectory, this kind of tells you a little bit more about where they want it to go after that record, perhaps.
Yeah, and the whole, I mean, the cover with its controversy aside, when I was younger, I thought it was just so, I couldn't, outside of Nocturnus, I didn't really know of anybody else that had any robots. And like seeing this, it kind of like was an evocative, weird world, almost like Bolt Thrower-ish, like just this weird chaotic, potential future dystopia. But then you look at the back and it's just, these kids.
Yeah.
The cover.
Yeah.
Right. What are we picking from this? Since you guys tied at 9, so you'll have to come to some sort of a consensus, I suppose.
Fight it out.
What do you have, Mark?
A Frozen Illusion, I think, for me.
I also have Frozen Illusion, so
Okay.
easy.
Concur. It's a great song. Yep. Sweet. So that's your guys' 9s. I guess it's time for my 9.
What's your 9?
And this will also complete a cycle, because
Oh.
my 9 is in Requiem.
Okay.
So yep. And it's our namesake, and one of the things I said about this, I know every song so intensely here, because it was just, again, I think this began the renaissance for me with Paradise Lost, began with the self-titled, and then it really sort of like started peaking within Requiem, which was right before you and I started our podcast. And I think I was just very locked in to a rediscovery of PL after kind of taking not a permanent break, but I kind of had, left them in the 90s a bit, and, I pulled them out on occasion, but I was like just looking at other things going on. And this record fully kind of brought me back to being like just one of my favorite bands of all time, So yeah, I love like Prelude to Descent, Fallen Children, The Enemy, Never for the Damned. Um, but for me, it kind of comes down song wise to the kind of heavy doom of Praise Lament at Shade or the title track Requiem. And yeah, I love the sort of dramatic, moody sensibilities and that killer vocal hook on the title track. So for me, it's Requiem as a song, but I'm open to discussion for you guys in terms of your own feelings on this record.
Yeah, I think I'm a big I don't know if it's a oddball one, but like Sedative God, I think is a incredible
Ooh.
track.
Okay.
Beneath Black Skies as
Yeah,
well. Like
that's good.
toward the last half that I didn't really, I don't know. You don't always make it all the way through, listening to the record, but those are the ones that I kind of walked with. I've noticed a lot of the stuff I was picking was more subtle performances from Nick, quieter songs, and not like what I would normally would have like went right into the hits. Because the enemy was, well, one thing I want to bring up about the record is Jeff Singer, coming on for drums, and the whole thing with him and Lee Morris, rehearsing together, and he didn't get the job because he had a pink drum kit or whatever the thing was. But I think he's a really great fit. I know personality wise with the band, but also actually like what he brings. He's so tight, and but he's not, because I think like Adrian when he was playing with the band, he's tight, but he's it's like trying to restrain a caveman, from just beating the shit out of everything. And it feels like he's being pulled back a little bit. I think Singer is like one of the perfect, him and I think Walt probably, and Tuds, is always going to be my number one. But I think Singer, and even what he brought like to My Dying Bride for the last record he was on with them, he just brings kind of this, I don't know, this undefined quality that he's not showy. He's always in service of the music, but it's just, I don't know, it feels right.
As a drummer, you'll appreciate this description, and he's in the pocket with that band.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he like that's what it is. It's just like he knows what the song demands. He knows like he knows where to be and where to stay away from. And I think that's like I think that does help the albums that he's on. I'm bummed that he did not get to play on this on Ascension, honestly.
I feel that's kind of like, I would have almost, I don't know what their timeline was, but I feel like that would have been worth waiting for the album to come out a couple more months, is to let him re-record it.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's, I had this, I think the lowest out of everybody.
Yeah.
But again, it's, and for me, my favorite songs, it's just like Mark, honestly. I have Beneath Black Skies and Sedative God as my two like favorite tracks from this record. Like there's something kind of, even though I think Beneath Black Skies is like a big hook, there's,
Yeah.
I do like the kind of like understated kind of like gothy verses where he's like, or Nick's really leaning into like the the Andrew Eldridge style, like kind of deep goth throat.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. And Sedative God, I think, is just like, that's just beautifully arranged.
Mhm.
But yeah, I again, I loved it at the time. It's one that I reach for very irregularly. That's
Maybe it sounds like you guys I'd have to like kind of like reflect on this, but like you almost like cycled through it all. And I listened to this record a lot in '07, and maybe some of those songs I just listed were the songs I listened to in like '07, '08. But I think you're not wrong in that, like, when I go back to this era, I do try and focus a little bit more on the lesser known songs, I suppose. Like that Frailty pick, for example, that you picked, Albert, like was a really good call, because that's a song like probably when I originally was rocking out Faith Divides that I didn't pay as much attention to. And now it's like those type of songs are the ones I kind of hone in on. So I think I can be persuaded to Beneath Black Skies, I think, because I love that song. And I think that would be a good consensus builder with the three of us, and maybe a song that's maybe a little more less predictable than the ones I was listening before, you know?
That's good.
So, yeah. But I think you're right. I think in a way, like, if you over listen to some of these Paradise Lost records, like we tend to do, you kind of almost like play through the hits, if you will. And then you're like, okay, what else is around? And you kind of start looking a little bit deeper in more of those subtle songs, you know?
Well, I've had the I don't know if it's a luxury or not, but I've been afforded a lot of time in the car. My son only takes naps if I drive him around, so I've got like 2 hours a day that I can listen to Paradise Lost records front to back, and he's falling asleep too. So, and then he'll wake up, and if I'm playing a death metal one, he'll rah. He's totally used to that. But so I've been able to probably listen to this more than both you guys, just purely with my schedule the way it is right now. But it's it's a pain in the ass, but you do what you got to do so the kid can sleep. Otherwise, you pay later on.
You know.
Sure. So yeah, so I think Beneath Black Skies would be the song to sort of pick off this one. So and now we move on to our top 8 now, I suppose. So I don't know, Mark, why don't you start with your
For
number
8? Okay.
Yeah.
So number 8, I have Ascension.
Okay.
And this, I think it's difficult to. This is the one I've lived the least amount of time with, and I had an early. I got to hear it, I don't know, 2 or 3 months early, maybe. It was another Decibel illustration. Every other PL record. I know I did one for Tragic Idol, Medusa, nothing for Obsidian, and then so it's like every other record, it becomes a lead. Or maybe was there another? I'm not trying to think. I know I think I've out of any musician, I think I've drawn Adrian the most, just because of At the Gates, Paradise Lost.
Funny.
So I'm pretty good at pulling him off. But so I listened to this a lot, and also I was listening to it through Dropbox, where I had to, in the car driving my son around, had to like listen to a track and then click to the next one because I couldn't play the whole thing through.
Right.
So I spent a lot of time with the record. I think that the first single I think might be the weakest track on the album for me. It was the only track that had, not to go into too much of it.
What did they drop first?
Silence Like the Grave, I believe, was the first one.
Yeah.
I think Serpent on the Cross is a great track. But Silence Like the Grave has that one, like that Greg used to do more, the almost like the stereotype, like almost like a Celtic Frost. Like it's so simple riff that, you've probably heard it before. But I think in general, I like how it feels different from Obsidian. I think it feels more of a cohesive production. There's not the stylistic changes aren't crazy song to song like Obsidian's kind of all over the place, but I feel in a good way. But I think this holds up pretty well with the last. I think higher for me than the last 15 years of stuff, but. We'll see where this falls later on for me.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right. So Albert, what was your number 8?
At number 8, I have Tragic Idol, which I kind of expected I would have higher than everybody else, but apparently not.
Well, how about that? I'll break a little drama and tell you that I also had Tragic Idol at 8. So,
okay.
So we're at,
I'm pretty close to you guys, so.
Okay, then I don't feel bad. I feel like
no, it's like your apology, my apology for Lost Paradise,
right? No, I'm a big I really like that record. In fact, that's a record we put them on the cover for in 2012. My God,
yeah.
So I really kind of wanted to take a shot. And I'm really happy we did that, and I think that did help them, kind of. I don't want to say reestablish because, let's be honest, they were never established here before. We got to be serious about it. But that record, there's a lot of that's the return of the classic logo, which for nerds like me, felt like a really big deal. Like it signified something. And it wasn't like I said with the previous record, Faith Divides Us. I felt they had comfortably reestablished themselves as a metal band, and with this record, which I guess I have two spots higher, I just felt like, oh, these are, more refined songs. It felt like a more stylistically consistent record.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There was a lot of people who at the time compared it uh, songwriting wise to Draconian Times and Icon and stuff. And I hear a
Hmm.
little bit of that, and I think a lot of that had to do with while they were writing that record, they were doing a 15th anniversary tour of Draconian Times and playing that record in full.
Yeah.
So I think some of that kind of seeped in. I mean, I hear it more than anything with Nick's vocal delivery. He was really, really hitting on that kind of Draconian Times era delivery, and
Like, yeah, fear of impending hell is like could be from like Draconian, or something like that. It had that kind of way, his vocal hook and approach that he had on those kind of pair of records a lot.
yeah, bring it on. I can hang with that stuff constantly. But yeah, I have that I have it number 8. I think for me that the title track of that album really stands out. Um, big hook. I don't know, I think massive hook, honestly.
Hmm.
And I kind of like the kind of jangly, understated guitar that leads it in, but still like kind of moves in in some ways it's a little true beliefy to me, even though the structure is different, but just in terms of like maybe the verse kind of works into the hook for me a bit.
There's some
Um,
space, I think, in the
yeah,
songs too.
yeah, yeah.
When I had it at 8 because, I originally, well, it kind of it's the heavier than like Faith Divides Us in a lot of ways, like refined, heavier, so it like moves up a little bit for there. But this is also like, again, and maybe this is the nostalgia factor, but this is like the record that came out when Mark and I were living together, right before he moved kind of back down to Detroit. And so it was sort of like this peak living together in Romeo record. We're still doing Requiem like on a weekly basis for the most part. And it was just like a record I feel like we like shared and lived with together, and it was cool, like it really like hit hard there. And title track is one that I have like ranked very, very high. I love To the Darkness and Theories from Another World. And in recent times, this is probably kind of like the take you guys had with in Requiem. The song I kind of have gone to the most lately is Glorious End. And
It's
in
a great
particular,
closer, man.
Gregor's fucking guitar solo work on that is like incredible. Like really the solo work on that has like melted my brain lately. And it's probably a song that wasn't as immediate when it first came out. It wasn't like a single, with catchy hooks and all that stuff as much. But I really like that song and the title track. Those are probably my two favorite at this point.
Yeah, I actually put this at number 7.
Oh, so let's
So
yeah,
so we're all on the same thing.
let's start it
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
So I agree with you on Glorious End, but also Worth Fighting For is a very, I don't know, it's super poppy, but the interaction I think on this record between Greg and Nick, the kind of the back and forth, like the duet nature, I think is the best it's been since Draconian, probably the most fleshed out. But I was surprised how high this made it on the list, just because I don't think anybody really talks about the record that much, but it's always one I go back to, and it very well could be all that designated listening of us listening to this back in 2012. But this is one I can't just pick tracks. I like to listen to the entire record all the way
Well, I
through.
think for our sports fans out there, it's like, and Albert, you can agree or disagree. It's like the Mendoza line of like a Paradise Lost record. This is like that perfect like law of averages. It like checks like every box. It's not the highest of highs or the lowest of lows. Great songwriting, like you said, Mark. This sort of shared, like Nick and Greg are kind of back in sync in a way they haven't maybe been since the '90s. I don't know. So like I think that's why it kind of ranked exactly. I mean, it's 887. It's like the perfect like law of averages for us, as a
Yeah,
record. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I would, I don't. don't want to go too deep into the baseball analogy, so I'll just say you probably don't want to call it the Mendoza line record because that's got some more negative connotations than you might think. But
Okay.
it's I would say
You'll
that
you'll have to explain that one to me later. I might
yeah,
not
I
know
will.
the
I would
story
say
on that.
like it's an everyday player in the bigs. How's that?
There you go. Yep.
Everyday player.
Yep. There you go.
Contributor.
It's the Hall of Good. The Hall of Good.
All very
Yep.
good.
All very good. So, so I guess Mark, you get the default by one slot to pick a song here.
All right, I'm going to go with "Worth Fighting For."
Yes.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Oddball. There
Sweet.
we go.
I like it. So I think that gives us a trio.
That does give us a trio.
Ready to rock. So
We're going to start off with "Frozen Illusion" from Lost Paradise, and then "Beneath Black Skies." Is that correct? I only put one word. "Beneath Black Skies" from In Requiem, and then "Worth Fighting For" from Tragic Idol. just heard Worth Fighting For from Tragic Idol, Beneath Black Skies from In Requiem, and Frozen Illusion from Lost Paradise. Now we're at number 7. I've already given mine as Tragic Idol. What do you got, Jason?
I will oh no, not quite complete the cycle, but I'll add on to one that already has a ranking. My number 7 is Obsidian. And
Okay.
I kind of, this was for me a big COVID savior, an
Yes.
album that was a real highlight reel, in a time where I had a lot of time to sit and listen to music, unlike, my normal day-to-day life. Um, and I love everything. It has everything I love about the band, and I debated its position since it did originally sit at 9 for me, and then it like moved to 7. It was at 8 at one point. Um, I don't know. The first 6 songs all crush on this record for me, but I love The Devil Embraced with that kind of anathema far away intro and that eerie piano. It's really, really cool. And that build from the chorus to like kind of Nick's death growl is a pretty big highlight for me. But any of those first 6 songs are really incredible. And I was kind of curious if I hadn't listened to it for a little bit. I was curious when I pulled it back out again if I would, fall, or would kind of continue to climb up the ranks, kind of like your guys' thoughts on Ascension, like where is that going to fall, a couple of
Yeah.
years from now. And it aged pretty good for me, at least, I suppose.
Well, it was
I mean,
also
Albert,
it was the biggest gap, or the longest gap. I'm not going to include Icon 30 in
Mm.
it, but 5 years is the longest we've ever waited for a PL record.
Albert, did you say why you had it so low? I'm just kind of curious. I couldn't remember if when you put it at 16.
Yeah, I do have it low. You talk about it being a COVID savior record because you had, you had a lot of downtime. Uh, I had 2 small kids at home, and I worked from home to begin with, so I did not have downtime. I, I didn't live. I mean, obviously, I had the record before the pandemic hit. Um, and I remember there was talk about they thought about actually delaying the release, but then decided to just roll it out because no one knew what the future was going to be anyway.
Mhm.
But, so it's like I wasn't listening to a lot of music uh, alone, like my son was in my office and like he was in kindergarten, was on his remote schooling, and I mean it's actually how he got into metal because I would play like Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and Metallica, and that's how he became a little metalhead, which is kind of fun in retrospect. But for whatever reason, like I don't know what it is. I know the record is good. I know it's definitely got songs I really enjoy. I think Darker Thoughts is one of the best Paradise Lost opening tracks ever.
I'd agree.
And I think I like that little ghost goth song. I think that's really cool. But like maybe it's the second half of the record I just kind of check out on. I don't know what it is. It just hasn't connected. I know it's a Paradise Lost record. I know it sounds like them. I think uh, a little, maybe a little fatigue had set in with the death vocals for me, you know?
Okay.
I don't know, but it's fine. It's just, I just don't, I'll probably never have it very high is my guess.
So what did you then have at number 7, Albert?
Number 7, I have 1 second.
Oh, here we go. All
No,
I
right.
think we're all united now, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
we've got a tic-tac-toe with 1 second here.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, this is that theory of like you kind of Jason, you said it or you articulated it well, where you're basically like half. I really really like half of this record, and I think
Fucking
that
love half the record.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think the highs are really high on this album, and I think there are like tracks that are just filler tracks, but I think for me there's there's like 5 to 7 holy shit these songs are awesome on this album, and that carries it for me. Like I don't I'm not going to rush to listen to, Blood of Another, but I'll play Disappear multiple times in a row,
Yeah.
things like that. So, and again, at the time it was a shocking record, but at the time I was on board with it because, like you said, Mark, it was like 1997. We're I think, I know we're the same age, and I think that kind of similar thing happening where it was like, I want to break out of things that I had been, just doing. I was 21, 22 years old. Life was changing.
Hmm.
So for me, one of my favorite bands was changing. I was down to roll with that. And, the truth is, like, they had changed so much to that point anyway. It wasn't that fucking crazy to me that they were changing yet again. Just doing
Yeah, it
something
seemed
less
natural.
metallic. Yeah, doing less metallic.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, I can still play that record all the way through. Some tracks just aren't going to catch my attention, obviously, but the ones that do, I think they're just home runs.
I mean,
Yeah,
even Blood of Another is after the "you feel the blood" part. The rest
Yeah,
of the song I dig. I just hate that delivery
it's
of
yeah,
that one part. But
it's pretty
the
cheesy.
slower part.
Yeah.
I was
yeah.
gonna say for me, the age gap, it was senior year, and this was like a big record. And again, if you had surveyed me in 2005, this might have been like a top four, top five Paradise Lost record because it meant a lot to me in the late 90s because this was the record I could play for non-metalheads. And they were like, they would hear Another Day or Mercy or say Just Words or 1 Second. They're like, oh, I could get with this. It was very much like a deeper kind of slumber type record where I could kind of sneak it in, and most people were kind of either agnostic about it or like kind of were kind of into it. And whereas I couldn't do that with maybe other metal records from this era, and so it was, I don't know, so it was like a consensus builder or something like that. It was like, and as Mark knows, that's kind of one of the aspects of my personality is, looking for those records that I can play around my girlfriends or around, whatever, where I'm not going to, annoy people. And this seemed to be a record people who weren't fans of Paradise Lost could like glob onto and then kind of backdoor kind of get into them perhaps.
Yeah.
So I have like that kind of sentimental attachment to it. But, I think like songs like The Suffer and Another Day, like at the time, like I was making that Metallica sort of connection with people. Like, hey, you like Metallica? Like, listen to Nick's vocals here and the hooks, and they're like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool, or whatever. So, um,
Yeah, I think between Icon and this record, my whole kind of extended group of friends were still, digging Paradise Lost.
yeah, you
Um,
guys were already firmly into it, whereas
yeah.
like my group of friends, we didn't really discover like the extreme stuff to like 95. And by then it was draconian. And so like
Mhm.
that,
Yeah.
I don't know, so like getting them into gothic, some of those people was like harder because they hadn't really tasted any of that stuff. So so Albert, what are you picking for a song here?
I'd go with Disappear. I really love the kind of crescendo at the end of this song. And I just vocally, and I think it's just a really nice arrangement. I don't know how else
Mhm.
to really say it. It's just like
Mhm.
I dig it. Yeah, I'd go with Disappear.
Nick is, yeah, he's across the board just trying new stuff and it all lands really well.
It's amazing to me that Say Just Words couldn't have been some kind of a breakthrough for them. It's just like one of those songs you hear it and you're like, this, if this was like marketed to the right people at the right time, it could have been, I mean, Paradise Lost has a ton of those kind of songs where you're like, damn, like this should have been awesome, or bigger than it was, but
The
that's always
PR
Pretty
one.
much,
people definitely tried. I would give them
Yeah,
that.
it's a weird time in metal, weird time in
But
music.
what in '97? What was popular mainstream? Are we
I can tell.
still
I Here's what I can tell
grunge?
you, that in 1997 I was serviced this record by Jive Silvertone, which is who had the distribution in the US for this
Hmm.
album. And I had a friend who was the publicist at Jive Silvertone, and the other artist he was working at the time who was on the label was Britney Spears. Britney Spears and Paradise Lost shared the same publicist in the United States in 1997.
Enough said.
My old friend Ray, who's still a publicist, great guy, and he knew I was a metalhead. He hooked me up with all kinds of cool shit, some of which I still have. But yeah. So if you want to talk about just context of like what's going on and what's popular, that
Is this "Oops, I Did It Again" era?
I'm
Jason?
I think it is. No,
It
no,
is.
no. Whatever I don't know what the debut is.
Well, Hit Me Baby One Time would
Okay.
be, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is debut because we were pals and I would just we'd have brief discussions about it. I'm like, how insane is this? And he was like, it's pretty insane. Like, what's happening? So,
So that's our sevens. And so, Mark, what do you have at 6?
At number 6, I have the self-titled Paradise
Okay.
Lost.
Number 6. Got it. All right. Do you want to talk about it, or you want to wait till we close the gap on that one before we
I
all
think we
jump on it?
might be close.
Probably
Yeah.
are getting close.
I mean, we're running out of records, so yeah, we got to be getting close.
Yeah.
Well, I'll hit with my number 6 because I will close the gap on
Okay.
a record, and my number 6 is Ascension, and all of the things you guys said is 1000% valid. In fact, I said this, of course, has the potential to move up or move down as it ages. But one of the reasons why I slotted above, say, Obsidian, for example, is that for me, what Obsidian does is it highlights every amazing idea that they've had up to that point. But for me, Ascension seems like the first record in a little bit where they're actually like moving into some newer territory instead of recycling all their like really great ideas. And when I use that word recycle, I don't mean it in a negative tone because they're good, right? They're a great band with great ideas and great technique and great themes that they've always had. And so like to me, Obsidian did that, but like Ascension with like songs like the opener, which is that Serpent is the opener, I think.
Serpent on the
Uh,
Cross. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like the Precipice, like that. Those are like
That's a nice
songs.
closer. Yeah.
I hear ideas of what they might want to do more of on the next few records. Like it's the beginning of, like you said, Gregor's maybe 2 cycle albums, and I don't know. I think that we may look back if the next record is like taking some of those newer ideas and morphing them into something else. I think we may look back and be like, oh, that's Ascension was like the beginning of this kind of newer era. I hate to say era because I don't think Paradise Lost is ever going to not be Paradise Lost, but I don't know. There's just like there's some new layers there that haven't been revealed in a while. I feel like, and it's like you said, Albert, maybe with Obsidian, they're kind of hitting this like plateau of like the vocals being what they are and doing some of that. But here they bring in, the guy from Primordial on a song, and like they're kind of taking some chances and like doing some cool stuff compositional wise that I'm like, all right, they've still got it. They're not just going to rest on their laurels.
Well,
And
they're coming back to the Christianity thing again a little bit, which I think is always nice, especially with the artwork and title and everything.
Yeah.
Or perceived religious stuff. I think that always works well for them.
yeah,
I really love Savage Days and Lay a Wreath Upon the World as far as
those are both great.
the softer side of everything.
Yep.
And kind of the whole, I think Lay the Wreath it's almost like the Dead Can Dance-ish kind of, female vocal thing going on too, which I dig. There's the only thing I wish we had more on this record was, I feel like the death doom is very well represented. I'd like something a little more I don't know what that means anymore. Like where they're going to go experimental. If this is just going to be, incremental for the rest of their career, or what, if there's something else that could, kind of pop out. And that Lay the Wreath is that song where I feel like I'd like to hear more in that, with that kind of sonic, backdrop.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what's kind of interesting about this record is I don't know if you guys remember the Decibel piece when this album came out, but Greg was talking about, he's really kind of talking about how I guess he had some kind of writer's block for this one, and this was him like trying to intentionally um, recapture some of the Icon vibe after
Hmm.
re-recording after re-recording Icon. Whereas, when we talked earlier about Tragic Idol referencing a little bit of Drac Times, that was not something that was intentional. That was just out of, hey, I'm playing these songs every night on this tour and it's just seeping back in.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is maybe one of maybe one of the first instances where Paradise Lost became influenced by Paradise Lost. Um,
Mm.
so it's a little weird to kind of wonder like what happens next, you know?
Yeah.
Like I think if anything, I would expect a complete 180 from this record going forward. Like,
Yeah, and I think
you know,
that's kind of maybe
That's
what
kind of
I
where I'm
was.
hoping to.
There's like there's nuggets in those two songs I mentioned where it's like they're doing something like different, like rhythmically, or they're still within the Death Doom structure and like the Precipice and like Serpent, but like I feel like there's room for them to maybe like take a completely different path somewhere, and I don't know what it's going to be. That's where like Ascension could, like I said, in like a few years not even make my top 10 if they don't do anything with this, if it's just they just kind of make Ascension part 2. I don't know. So it I don't know what that says. I'm in a weird spot where like some of these records here, you could convince me it's 11 or 6, and I like Ascension kind of went back and forth where I might have had it just like at barely in the top 10, and then I went and spent more time with it and it kind of started to creep up a little bit more for me. And it could be recency bias. I don't know. Maybe because it's a record I listened to a lot in the last 12 months. It's hard to say. So, um but I guess having said that, I'll go with the Precipice because it wasn't one of the singles that was released and got maybe overplayed by us, and might be a nice little nugget to throw. But I love, Lay the Wreath, Mark. I think that's, great, and Savage Grace. Both those are, they stand out as well. So
Yeah. Precipice, the only thing I could not complain, but input, I would like it to have one more, returning to the chorus one more time before the delivery of the goods.
yeah, I
But
can
I
see it.
feel this is it's very like concise to the point, fats cut from the whole thing. Yeah, I think it's always interesting to see where they go. It gets harder to, I don't want to be like surprised when they come out with a Nickelback sounding record or something, but with all of the kind of the things in their toolbox now, they've got a really wide, and they've kind of, I guess, set a precedent with doing the Host project as its own thing. So I'm thinking a lot of that's not going to probably make it into a Paradise Lost record again, but we
Yeah,
shall
that they
see.
almost like divided the cell in half. It's like a mitosis kind of situation now. As
Yeah.
they've almost set themselves up for that, and I don't know if that's a good idea or bad idea. Like that is interesting. So Albert, I think you're up with your number 6.
number 6. Okay. I have The Plague Within.
Oh, okay. Plague Within.
Plague
All
Have
Within.
right.
we, Jason? We're still waiting on your Plague
Oh yeah,
ranking,
still
right?
wait, still waiting on that
We
one.
are The Plague Without for
All right.
Jason.
Yeah, the Plague Without. What are
Um,
your initial thoughts on Plague Within? I guess.
I mean, obviously the big thing is with this record was Greg's return to death metal vocals. Or I'm sorry, Nick's return to death metal vocals. Greg had his debut with death metal vocals
That's
not
true.
long before that with Val and Fire. But and I guess like, technically Nick, the Bloodbath record that he's on is out before Plague Within, right?
Yeah.
Also,
The re-recording of those two tracks.
the Tragic Illusion 25,
Yeah.
I think predated that by, or maybe it came out the same year, because that's when I remember hearing the first time hearing the Gothic and Our Savior.
Right.
I
Re-recorded.
guess
Right?
2013. Yeah.
But this in terms of new Paradise Lost material, how it could work, how it could be incorporated.
Yeah.
And to me, the wildest thing about this record is that with the opening track, they just knocked that formula out of the park.
Mhm.
And to me, that's like that song in particular, that song carries a lot of the record. It's something that you mentioned earlier, Mark.
Hmm.
Uh, uh, because I just think it is so strong, and it really represents everything they've kind of done to that point, and they kind of synthesized their career with one song, which is really nuts.
Yeah.
But like it just every part, there's no wasted riff, there's no wasted movement in that song at all. It's fucking perfect. But I do
So
like,
many thoughts, but I'm gonna wait.
yeah.
I concur with everything you're saying. I'll at
Do I
least
have to
like
wait? Do we have to wait long? Because I just realized I
that
just kind of
that's
jumped into
that's
it.
super long, but
All right.
yeah.
Well, then I can rein it back.
No. You're hitting some great. Yeah, you're hitting on some good stuff here for
All right.
sure.
Well, I'll kind of limit it to No Hope in Sight right now because, like I said, I feel like it's a good distillation of
Mhm.
that record and their career and where they were at in 2015. Um, but yeah, we can return.
1000%. Yeah, 1000% agree.
We,
So I
we,
think Albert, why don't you take the turn from six to five then?
oh wow, we're at five.
Yeah.
At five, I have the self-titled Paradise Lost from
And that's what I kind of suspected
uh,
that will complete our three song cycle. So
mhm.
this is fascinating. I had it 15. You guys had 5, 6. So I'll get my thoughts out of the way because I don't have a lot of them, I suppose, and then you guys can kind of talk about your love for it. Like I said, it was for me like it had some of that heavier kind of immediacy, after like the trio of kind of more electronic, kind of lighter records, I suppose, and soaring hooks, you know. And they I also like that they didn't abandon the previous, four records of influence, I don't know. I this is a record I thought was going to be higher for me, if I'm being honest. I really did. And other things just sort of like started pushing it lower and lower. So I could just, I could have justified a top five or top six thing, 10 years ago, would have been easy for me to have picked this one. Um, I mean, people have always heard my Requiem take on Redshift, the song, that I think it's the best Linkin Park song ever written. Like it whatever that is, whatever that means objectively to people, whatever I think Linkin Park thinks they're doing, Paradise Lost for me does it on Redshift, and I'm like, if this was what Linkin Park always sounded like, I maybe could have been a fan. Like it just that hook, I like all of that stuff
Keeping
sort
that
of.
rap out really helps too, doesn't it?
Well, I
That
think
does
that's
that.
that's part of it. Yeah, but
That's
whatever
right.
like Chester's hooks or whatever people love about that band, to me Nick fucking outdoes them in that song. But anyways, that's my thoughts. Again, so my 15 ranking is not a bad ranking for it. It's just I almost don't know where to put it for me sometimes.
Yeah, I think for me it hits. I'm surprised how far up how close to number one it gets a lot. Because when this came out, I just graduated college. I was moving away from, my hometown, moving down Ann Arbor area, more of a metropolitan thing. So there's some of that, life change thing, but it was also them kind of coming around to where like, oh my God, they're back. And I remember
Yeah.
hearing I think it was a promo video for Forever After. It might be the
Mm.
first thing I heard. And I was like, the song title's kind of stupid, but this song is undeniable. Singer, is back on drums, holding everything down. And from, Don't Belong to, the closing track of Over the Madness, everything just felt like they're back to me, except the cover and the
Yeah.
logo.
I
So,
mean,
but you
that was pretty standard for them during that era. Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
So
So,
you had it the highest, Albert. I mean, this, do you think it's a shock for people to know that this is a top five record for you, or is this something like you are pretty like open about and you're, when you've gotten into big metal debates and stuff like that? Or were
um,
you shocked when you put this list together how this fell the same way Mark was?
the only shock would be me not putting it at four.
Hmm.
Uh, I think that here's the thing about this record. I think that people who are like the level of fans of this band that we are, I don't think it's surprising to them at all. Like I think they know that this record like is really a sweet spot album for this band. I think of some people like I know David Gelke who wrote No Celebration. He feels that way about this record.
That's
I
good.
know Chris Bruni from Profound Lore record. I think this might be his favorite Paradise Lost record.
Ooh.
Like there's a little cult of us who are who just have connected with this one, um, because it's really just like the songwriting is super tight.
Hmm.
I think the songwriting is like draconian times tight. Like and and again, I hate to keep referencing the book, but during the recording of this record, they talk about when they were working on the closer Over the Madness, and it's Reese Fulber produced this one as well, and it was he and Greg in the studio, and they were trying to come up with some kind of like Greg was struggling with the solo that is on the record. That's kind of a real crescendo to the song at the end, and uh, they decided like, why don't you just improvise it? And Greg had never like improvised a recorded solo ever, and he did it. And he talks about both he and Reese talk about how that was like the moment that Greg fell in love with the guitar again, and it wasn't. And like when you listen to that, you can hear it. You can hear that like that it's kind of a watershed moment to where he, I think, kind of realized who he was again and who they were again.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people cite Beneath Broken Earth as kind of this important like reawakening of PL in as a metal band and like what they were capable of. But I honestly feel like that a moment like that, that and even a record like The Plague Within never happens without something like Over the Madness happening to trigger it. So
Mhm.
I think it's really important. I think that again, I think this is another one of those records where the second half of it is better than the first half. Like All You Leave Behind, Accept the Pain, those are total bangers. I think Shine for me in particular is like a low key like top 10 all time Paradise Lost song. Um,
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
like it's kind of like I don't know. I mean, Mark, do you kind of see it like that? Like there's this little cult of us around this one in particular. That's kind of the way I feel about it.
Yeah, because when I first realized, I think that you had it in such high regard, I was surprised because I was like, well, I do too, but why?
Mm.
Because I don't know a whole lot of people. I know Jason has respect for it as well, but
It got me back into Paradise Lost, and I want to make sure that people don't like see my ranking of it as like proof that I didn't like fall absolutely mad in love with this record and get me re-listening to old Paradise Lost and like. But for me, it really came alive with the next record, almost
Mm.
more. It's like this was like my pathway back, and then it like they fucking full blitz me with what was next, Tragic Idol or oh no, in Requiem.
Requiem. Yep.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
So
because
yeah,
this was
this
just
is
like
like when you're calling me up and being like, they're back, and I was like, oh shit, it's like it reawoke both of us, I think.
yeah, I think I've always, no matter what, I've listened to Paradise Lost if they were popular or not, or and I never really, it's just something I internally lived with too. It's not, I'm not. Before we did the show, it might pop up a little bit, but it's just they've always been there with me since I was a teenager. This band, and I followed every little bit where they went. I've been into wherever they went, but I'm not gonna lie. When this came out, I got emotional listening to it because well of Greg's. I think Albert kind of summed it up better than I could, but he like the fact that because Greg's one of my favorite guitar players hands down. He's not like a necessarily a virtuoso, but he makes me feel something with whatever he plays. And outside of like him and Billy Duffy and a couple of other guitar players that can do that sad guitar so well, I was just like, man, they got it. They're back again. They're not that they ever completely lost, but they came back to that thing that really got me from the get go, I think.
Yeah. So then I guess, gents, Albert, you get consensus, but I'm sure Mark can, probably have some say. What are we playing off this record?
Mark, how do you feel about Shine?
I love it. Let's do it.
All right.
Cool. Unexpected. That's good. I like it. I like to throw these curveballs. So let's see. So that's 5 for Albert. What do you got for 5, Mark?
I think does that get us to 3?
Does that get us to 3? Where are we at? I
honestly,
lost track.
forgot.
You have the master list.
We had 1 second.
Where's
And I picked.
where are you
picked,
at 5, Jason?
I have not revealed my 5 yet.
Okay, but I think we have enough songs to go to a break.
Do we? Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Well, let's do it then.
We have 1 second, Ascension, and self-titled, correct?
Yeah, I think you're right. Cool.
All
Let's
right.
do it. So tell us what we're going to hear.
We're going to listen to Disappear from 1 second, and then from Ascension, we're going to hear The Precipice, and then from the self-titled, Shine.
Living with the fear of chance, the chance of fear is the only reason you're awake. Will decrease in size when burdened with your mind, but you know escape is to in a constant commotion. When I speak, it's revulsion. Maybe you disappear. Disappear. In a constant commotion. When I speak, it's revulsion. Maybe you recall the past when you were strong. Those distant days, it seems, are now forever gone. You'll increase desire to wander and retire, but you know escape is to run. In a constant commotion. the light behind an open door. Some days already all over for me. Some days already all over for me. Too easy to refrain what you'll never talk about. Too easy to refrain, but you'll never see no light behind an open door. See the light behind an open door. Some days already all over for me. Some days already all over for me. On these nights we shine. Love ain't all the time we learn. I never wanted so. Too easy to explain, but you'll never. Some days already all over for me. Some days already all over for me. On these nights we shine. Love ain't all the time we learn. I never wanted so. On these nights we shine. Love ain't all the time we learn. I never wanted so. See the light behind an open door.
You just heard Shine from Paradise Lost's self-titled record from 2005. Then we heard The Precipice from Ascension and Disappear from 1 Second. That leaves us back to number 5 slot for Jason. What have you picked?
All right. First bombshell here, gents, perhaps. And I was daylight torn over it, but I'm going
Whoa.
with Gothic. Yeah. See, I threw you for a loop. You thought I was going Shades of God. Yeah, Gothic rounds out my top 5. And namely, I wasn't there. And that's what it kind of came down to. You know, you guys were. I know I'm wrong, but I went with what, like I said,
You're
what
not
I
wrong.
read.
This is an opinion. There's no wrong opinion.
There's no wrong.
And here's the thing: I love this. I mean, a top 5. What I wrote is I said a top 5 PL is still top 5. It's like a top 5 Kubrick or a top 5 Scorsese or whatever. It's like it's just top 5 Maiden or Grease record. It's still fucking absolute. But yeah, so that's my number 5. I mean, the title track still melts my brain. Falling Forever, Angel Tears, The Painless, Eternal. I mean, these are fantastic songs. But because I heard this fourth, it's I was exposed to other things prior, and so maybe I had a preconceived notion of what I wanted from Paradise Lost subconsciously, and it still fills that itch, but it's just maybe means something a little bit different to me than OG people who are a little bit older and kind of coming up the ranks with them.
Jason, as happened last time, you're not too far. I'm not too far away from you.
Oh, okay. Well, what is your number 5 then, Mark?
Draconian Times.
Okay. Draconian Times. All right. Draconian Times. All right. Okay. Thoughts?
Draconian Times is great. Wonderful record. High Point, one of the best. Here's one thing I'll say before we get, do the full thing is that my mom got me new earbuds for Christmas. And there's always that time when you get a new piece of technology or a new stereo or something where you go back to a record and listen to it and you're like, oh my God, this is even better than obviously that's a great record, but hearing it, and I also stopped using in the house. I don't have really a setup to listen to music in the house. It's all in my office. So, we've been kind of relegated to listening to Spotify, and I got rid of Spotify and did over to Tidal because there's a higher bandwidth, and you can hear. You can hear everything a little better. It's not as crunched, and just listening to that production with noise canceling headphones on, I was like, I can't even believe how fucking good this record is. But it's still, it's at my number 5 for now. But just because I listened to this record so much when it came out, and the subsequent EP and stuff as well. And it is just amazing how good the production is, how good the songwriting, the arrangement. I mean, it's one of the top 5 extreme. Is it even extreme? I don't know. It's one of the top 5 metal albums of all time.
You're not going to get no debate on that one for me. But I'll kind of save some draconian thoughts for a little bit later, I suppose. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so we've now entered into the top 5. Albert, have you given us your 5 yet? Oh, you did. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was over
Yeah.
Matt.
Self-titled.
Yeah. So who wants to start with their 4? Anyone want to get the ball rolling?
Well, Jason, I'm pretty close. I'm going to go Gothic.
Okay. So you're wow. Okay, number 4.
So we're not that far away. You don't have to apologize.
Okay, great. So what
Like the
differentiates
mark
Gothic?
anyway.
Yeah, what differentiates Gothic from Draconian? For you in terms of
For me?
yeah, just like what puts it like one pole position for you ahead? Is it just a gut feeling? Or?
It's the first thing I ever heard from them. I've got a lot of a lot of memories around it, but also just like honestly, I don't go back and listen to the whole record that often, but I've listened to it a lot again, and just what was accomplished on that one album, as much as like Draconian's almost the kind of penultimate version of this cycle, I guess, of the band, for lack of a better word, but Gothic is the one that's, if I have to go back to just one, that's going to be one of them for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel like this right now, the ranking for me is it's gut reaction. It's what I listen to the most and what I have the most visceral reaction to. The historical stuff, I'm kind of trying not to bring that in as much because I think my list would have been completely different.
For sure.
But so that's kind of where it ticked just another one down. This is my lists have been all over the place. This was at number 1 for me for a while, and then I listened to my heart and I changed what my number 1 is. But so right now that's number 4 for 2026. Number 4 for me.
I didn't realize Roxette was going to make a play in this episode, but Mark did listen to his heart, so I'm proud of you for doing that. Yep. All right, that leaves you, Albert, for our top 4. What do you got?
I have 1992 Shades of God.
At number 4. All right. Okay. All right.
And again, we're running out of records, so
That's true.
Yep.
I'd assume that we're all going to be talking about Shades of God soon enough, so I can hold off on discussing too much about this.
Okay.
This album.
So where's number 4 for you, Jaso?
Well, 4 for me is The Plague Within.
All right.
So we finally complete a cycle there. We complete the loop. This for me is the highest of highs post 1990s Paradise Lost for me. I think Albert talked about it before, but No Hope in Sight and Eternity of Lies are my 2 favorite non-1990s Paradise Lost songs, bar none. They are the 2 I listen to the most. In fact, No Hope might be the Paradise Lost song I listened to the most the last 10 years. It's like when I'm in the mood. Well, no, there's one other one that will come up later, but it's top 2 for most listened to songs, I think, of the last decade or so. they move me in like I wrote they move me emotionally the way like Last Fear Deal Gone Down or Judgment does. Like it's maybe not the heaviest record the band has done or the most important record, but it's just I don't know, it like hooked into me in 2015 in a way, and yeah, I know. And Beneath Broken Earth, I mean, is soul crushing. The rest is a bonus. Is it better than Gothic? Probably not, but do I inject it into my veins more? Sure. And so, you know, I don't know. I almost feel obligated to pick No Hope in Sight because, like, it is like the song, but part of me wants to pick An Eternity of Lies because it just has that like weird, mournful female vocals. Like it feels so unlike a song from Paradise Lost beyond like the original like 4 or 5 album cycle.
Mm.
Um, what are your guys' thoughts on An Eternity of Lies? Am I the outlier and that song is kind of like emotionally grabbing and unique for that era of PL?
No,
Or is it just kind of a mid song for you guys?
it's probably closer to the latter for me personally, but I get what you're saying. Because it's kind of like it's probably the longest song on the album next to
Mm.
I guess not. Probably Beneath Broken Earth is longer, but they got to be close.
Yeah, it's by like 7 seconds longer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you go. But I mean, I don't know. I guess still, I guess so much of the band at this point in their career for me is just how immediate and catchy it is. Like,
Mm.
and like I know, Mark's criticism of this album was that it kind of lacked that beyond some of the more obvious moments. But I mean, even that second song, Terminal, that song is like stuck in my head all the time, like a decade later,
Mhm.
like I'll be
Yeah.
walking around, the best, it's like, whoa, where'd that come from? I'm like, oh, I remember. Okay, that's just in there. That's just floating around back in there still. But no, I know what you're saying about an eternity of lies. I just don't know if, like, again, for me, I just never. It's very difficult to separate this album from the opening track. You know what I mean? Even though, like, arguably, Beneath Broken Earth is probably a more important song for the development of the band. There wasn't something that I think the way Eternity of Lies moves you is the way that No Hope in Sight moved me.
Well, No Hope in Sight moves me as much as In Eternity, if that makes sense. Like they're like equal footing, and so No Hope in Sight is my second most played Paradise Lost song. Like, we haven't gotten to my first one yet. So having said that, like let's go with that song. I mean, it's like the personification of every element that I love about the band, like everything. It's like a scientific experiment of like what is the essential ingredients of every era almost of Paradise Lost built into one song. Um,
And
really good.
I want to take a moment to give it up for the rare moment of excellent and memorable cover art for a record.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice cover, and I know Mark's going to talk about the covers near the end there. So,
It's
uh,
be a
We'll
very
get
quick
there.
conversation.
yeah,
Yeah. But I'd like to give this one a shout out because it's like one that I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's good.
Is this the same guy that did like Mayhem, Esoteric Warfare, and Wutane?
Gorguts.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I
sweet.
just like this one.
I dig it. I just never understood the cover.
Hmm.
Like there's like a boat coming to an island with a big skull head, but as far as Paradise Lost art is concerned, it definitely ranks pretty high
Yes,
for me.
yes, yes.
Mark, I'm going to have you throw your number 3 out because I mean, I have no idea actually, but I think I know what it probably could be that could maybe close a
Probably.
loop for us here and
Yes.
get
Well,
us
you
to a
didn't want to
song.
hear me. I want to hear "Cry Out."
What's that? Oh, from this record?
No,
Oh, it's
that's my least favorite song on the album.
it's not my favorite. I really like Victims of the Past and Return to the Sun.
I like "Return to the Sun" a lot too.
Terminal.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that might be my least favorite song though on the record too is Cry Out. So,
So
um,
we were going to go with "No Hope."
Yeah, let's
for
go
the song?
do. Let's do
Okay.
No Hope. Yeah, it's quintessential. So
Okay.
so
So
then
no, number 3 for me, much higher than everyone else, but I'll give you my reasoning. But is Obsidian? It's very high
yeah, I had
in
it
the list.
second, so it's not like absurdly high. You know
It's
what I
not
mean? Like,
absurdly high, but
yeah.
it's there. It was as the kind of the opposite of Albert's Pandemic record. For me, this was the soundtrack of me walking my dog at the end of the world. Like
Mm.
I was going through a divorce and a pandemic, and this record hit in a emotional way that not many had at that point. And it's Paradise Lost, as I was saying, was always kind of been there for me in my throughout. They never went away, and this was kind of like the perfect album and the perfect backdrop for me to just absorb the hell out of this record. And that's, I think, why it hits. I can still picture, because I was living in Detroit at the time, and in a pretty densely populated area. But I would go for walks with my dog then, and just I wouldn't see another human being walking around old, dilapidated factories and stuff, and just like having darker thoughts on while walking
Mhm.
through all this.
While having dark thoughts. Yeah.
It was just like, I don't know. It was kind of cathartic. It helped me kind of get through a lot of that stuff. It was just a constant soundtrack for. I've listened to the album probably hundreds of times at this point. But just every part of it, I think Walt's drumming on this elevates it to a different level. I don't know what in the I don't remember like seeing in maybe I missed it, but in the book, if they really go much into songwriting as far as what Greg provides on demos for drums and stuff. But it feels like Walt really had, like a framework, but he danced around everything, but never overfilled. It propelled every composition for much more so than I think than Medusa did. It was more kind of more of a conventional production, I think. But that's kind of where I'm at with having this ranked so high.
Oh, it kind of, yeah, it sounds like it's your Plague Within, for, like that it means for us,
Yeah.
for Albert and I, of a newer record that just like you connect it with on a really deep level, and no fault in that, you know what I mean? It's
Oh, I love that it's like it's that one's personal for you. I think that's fucking awesome. I again, I didn't have that experience. Obviously, nobody can have that experience but you. So the fact that that's the soundtrack, I think that rules, and I think you'll probably carry that one with you. Like I'm sure it can shift up and down, but I don't see that one probably dropping out of like the top 5 or 6 for you anytime soon.
Yeah.
uh,
We'll see.
think in a weird way, now that you've sort of unearthed some of this stuff a bit, I think like, Plague Within, and maybe why An Eternity of Lies like hits me, the way it sort of does is I did sit with that record a lot, especially after my friend Cody died in a car crash in
Mhm.
2015, in December 2015. And I think when I hear like her mournful, like, like that part she does, and then Nick kind of like the ice, like all of that, like I have a distinct memory of working through that and a relationship that I was kind of, Mark knows of this on again, off again relationship I had in the early 2010s with somebody that was just really toxic at times. And I think that rekindled for a bit. And so, yeah, I think it's interesting when you start talking about the divorce. It's like, I think that's maybe why I have a personal relationship with Plague Within a little bit deeper. Like we do bond to some of these records in weird times, but certainly not the same. That's a completely different realm that you're sort of talking about. But it made me think, why do I like An Eternity of Lies so much? And I think that song always sort of reminds me of a feeling that I had, in a certain time period.
Yeah, because that's the thing with Paradise Lost is never about politics or what's happening in the world, but it's always about human emotion.
Mhm.
And I think that's what's really, and a thing nobody ever talks about that I would like to put a little spotlight on. I'm curious how Albert feels about this, and Jason as well, as Steve's bass playing on Obsidian is absolutely incredible. It's not flashy, but it propels a lot of those open spaces. And I feel like his bass playing hasn't changed back to what it was pre Draconian, he's kept more of a pop bass player sensibility ever since they kind of came back, and I really love that, like what he brings to the band.
Well, it's interesting you say that because his bass playing is one of the highlights of my number three. So
Yeah.
I'll take that segue if you will. Well, first off, why don't you pick your song and then I'll kind of
I'm gonna
segue.
do Ending Days, just purely with Nick's vocal performance and Greg's solo. It just peels the paint off the wall, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What did I write down for that I loved? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that was like my number three song on that record. So
Okay.
yeah, that's awesome. Um, so I'll launch like I said with Steve in his bass work on Shades of God, my number
Come on,
three.
Steve.
Mr. Steve
Yeah.
Anderson on bass guitar.
No
Real
shock.
quick
Oh,
aside. Um, I think it was Scott Corber and I saw Paradise Lost in 2007. They played As I Die, and both of us just fucking yelled that as loud as possible during the bass break in As I
Yeah.
Die. Sorry. Please
Oh,
continue,
it's
Jason.
he the whole record in as a whole is very progressive. It's like almost a progressive death doom PL record, and it maybe doesn't work for everyone. I it's weird. This is a record that seems to be more divisive than I just thought everyone accepted this as like core canon, but I've heard people be like, I can't really get into that record much, and it always kind of shocks me a little, but I get it. It's a more obtuse than maybe the stuff that they do right after. Um, but I think it allows for more musicianship and more like open space to do like cooler bass stuff or like more weirder guitar solos. I mean, everyone knows I fucking love Daylight Torn, just because that solo is like fucking slices your head off. It comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I love like the weird compositional choices on it. It's probably a record they shouldn't have made a sequel to, and I'm maybe glad they didn't, and they kind of simplified their sound because it might have started to exhaust us a bit, but it's a really cool anomaly for them, to like complicate things so much after Gothic and then immediately kind of simplify things with Icon right after. But I don't know, that's
I think you see
my thoughts.
with Pity the Sadness, Your Hand in Mine, and As I Die, it kind of opens the door right to Icon.
Yep. Yep. Mortals Watch the Day even has like some kind of more straightforward kind of parts to it. But I guess it's some of those other songs like No Forgiveness and Daylight Torn that I kind of glob onto because they're like anomaly songs. They're just like they never did songs quite like this ever again. But I don't know. So that's it's my feelings on it. I mean, Albert, well, I mean, I know you were kind of waiting to talk about Shades, but any initial thoughts, or we want to wait till Mark gives his ranking?
Well, mine's coming very soon.
Oh, okay.
Are we on 3? Is that where we're at?
We're on Albert's 3, yeah.
Yeah, why don't you give your 3?
Well, if it's wait, we don't have Mark's 3 yet. We have Mark's 3.
We do. Nope,
Yeah.
it was Obsidian.
Okay.
Mine was Shades of God.
We'll come back. We'll come back to Shades. My number 3 is Icon.
Okay.
Which is the lowest showing of Icon here, which is, again, I love this. I love that this is all that there's not a consensus here.
No.
Which I think fucking rules.
It goes to show how good the band is.
I know.
Yeah.
So yeah, Icon, man. I can wait to talk about Icon, and then because I feel like. I feel like I really want to talk about Shades of God soon. So
let's do it because my number 2 is Shades of God.
Okay.
All right. Beautiful. Okay. So I said my piece. You guys share your thoughts on
go ahead,
Shades.
Albert.
Man, yeah, it is. It's definitely a less obvious record than what immediately follows it. Like as Jason said. I think for me, the highlights of it, it's a lot of Nick Holmes, honestly.
Yeah.
This is my favorite Nick Holmes vocal performance, just because he's in that weird sweet spot of growling, but still growling in key and enunciating clearly. He sounds monstrous. No one has ever really sounded like that before or since. I think lyrically it's his best performance too.
I would agree on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there aren't like, you know, there aren't lines that stick with me from other records like there are on this one. Just like I think of a little pity the sadness, the I've cried for God and I've cried for you. I pray that in the end your sense will break through. Like
Mm.
these things like that. There's even some kind of like little pithy lines too that I like where it's like his personality is coming through. I think more than had previously on the first two. Um, you know, Obviously As I Die is a key track in the development of the band. Like to me that's the template for Icon and Draconian Times in a lot of ways going forward. Like, hey, Paradise Lost wrote a single, you know.
Yeah.
Uh,
I guess I guess Eternal from Gothic could be that too in some ways, but like there's something very succinct um about As I Die. I mean, it was the last song they wrote for the record. They didn't even know they wanted it on the record. If you have the LP version, it's not even on the vinyl. Uh,
Yeah.
it's just kind of an interesting piece in their trajectory. But yeah, no, I adore this.
it's like their Warrant Fairy Pie, then, is what you're saying. You know, the
It,
song that was tacked on at the very end that
it is.
defined the
Yes, if you
future
must,
of
it
the
is.
band.
Yeah. I mean, you beat me to
I
it.
just like to bring us back to, like, reality sometimes, with
It's
these
clear.
allusions.
But yeah, man, Shades is. Sh- you mentioned it, Jason, that they didn't do another record like this, and I think that makes me love this record even more. That it's just this kind of singular piece in their catalog, and yeah, it's number 4. It's insane to me that it's only number 4 for me. But
Wow.
yeah, there you go.
One last thing, because I know Mark hasn't had a chance to chew on it as his number 2, but you bringing up the strange factor. I wrote strange and transitional. It reminds me of like a Silent Enigma. Like Silent Enigma is like the only record from Anathema that sounds like that. It's just so transitional and so like and like it's very left of center, and I love that about it. And plus shout out to Dave McKean because I was a huge comic
Oh
nerd.
yeah,
I
Very good
fucking
cover.
love that
Yeah.
cover, and
yeah,
Mark can probably obviously talk a lot more about that. But yeah, anyways, I forgot to add that Silent Enigma kind of thing in my brain.
yep.
So, so
Yeah.
Mark, number
For me,
two.
this was, I guess this was the first Paradise Lost record that I got when it came out because Gothic had come out. It was already out when we got it.
Yep.
And this was the first time. I remember this year, my parents got me a CD, like a CD Walkman, and over whatever break it was, I just listened to this thing like nonstop on headphones. And I think like lyrically, like you're talking about, Albert, everything sounds. I don't know. There's that like this kind of like pretension in a good word or good way that kind of comes out of that like out of like his young young mind, this epic big feelings, but nothing is talked about too personally. It's all in a very kind of like grand epic, Candlemass kind of way or something. But this is another like this. I never would have thought this sounds really Candlemassy to me until now. Going back to listen to this, there's definitely that kind of the grandeur of the whole thing, not necessarily the sonic quality of it. But just that and the vocal performance I think is unbelievable. The way it's Mortals Watch Today just kind of, blows the doors open for everything. It's a pretty varied record. The production I think is fantastic. The cover, like you're talking, Jason's McKean, who I believe he'd already did the My Dying Bride record the year before as a Flower Withers. I think I prefer that cover, but this is one of my favorite Paradise Lost album covers. I think I don't really know what it means, but it made me think a lot about stuff and like what, I think on the back of it, I like the apple with a worm
Yeah,
thing was
that's
really a
great
cool
touch.
look. And, kind of bring in that, biblical stuff or, the epic poem and all that. But yeah, this was like coming off of Gothic too. Was just like, cause that was, game changer. Like what do you do next? And, I think this is like a much more, mature record, very like just not resting on their laurels at all. super powerful record for me.
What song are you picking then?
I have it between Daylight Torn and the Word Made Flesh.
Mm.
Any,
You know how I would vote. I'd vote Daylight Torn for me. But
where are you at, Albert?
yeah. I'll let
Ah,
Albert be the tiebreaker there.
damn. I vote. I'll go with Mark's. What Mark wants to do. He has it the highest out of all of us.
Okay, the Word it is.
Beautiful. All right, and I think does that get us 3?
That gets us 3.
Then we
only
come
got
back
3
for our
left.
final 3, probably. Yeah.
Yes. All right, so that leaves us with we're going to start out with No Hope in Sight from The Plague Within, Ending Days from Obsidian, and The Word Made Flesh from Shades of God.
No open sight. Daylight before the dies. It's like no horrified. No open sight. Have I prayed as a slave of lasting cries to obey, to sedate as human dies. Cold embrace is the savior in disguise. Through old age, only danger never dies, never dies. It's a battle as the years start to fade. It's a battle Ill-adjusted, I suffer. Yearning from so far away. Dreams are left decay. Ill-adjusted, I suffer. Readjusting, discover. Ending life. The days of unending strife. So secret as years go by. We don't care till it's time to die. Those ending days will blind and fool forever. Burning me, burning me. Fools that pray, unafraid to feel day. Laughter stays out of my way. Pass through my dismay.
You just heard The Word Made Flesh from Shades of God, Ending Days from Obsidian, and No Hope in Sight from The Plague Within. Now we're back to
Twos. Top twos for
top
Albert and I.
twos.
Yeah. Albert, you're the guest. I will defer for you what your number 2 is.
All right. Now I think it's just to refresh. I had number 3, Icon.
You did.
Yes.
Yep.
No one else has had Icon. Icon is the lowest at 3 as of right now.
Mhm.
For right now, yes.
Okay. All right. Just making sure.
Yep.
At number 2, I have Draconian Times.
Okay.
And that's a very good. That's a really good record, as Mark distinctly said, which made me laugh. Which I
That's
do
great.
not disagree with the assessment.
Hot take. It's a good record.
I also have Draconian at number 2. So I'll kind of pull the veil off, I suppose. So we can I'll give you honors to talk about your thoughts on it first, I suppose.
Okay, I got this in '95 when it came out. I remember I had to, because this record, Paradise Lost I don't think they had distribution for this at the time it was released in Europe. And I had to order it through a shop in London called Alice's Records. And like it came out, it must have been the spring or summer. I feel like I'm not going on Battalion to check, but I remember I called the record shop and talked as quickly as possible and gave my credit card number as quickly as possible, so it would only be like an $8 call that would take to place that order and get it sent, because there wasn't that was the fastest way I know I could get it in a week to hear it. I was so stoked on it, because it was a new Paradise Lost record, and my God, I had to have it. But when it arrived, my first impression was just like, whoa, this is like a very polished version of Icon, which I think is probably still a fairly accurate take on this album.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not a condemnation. I know there are a lot of people who do prefer Icon to this record, and I think 2 of them are on this podcast. And I think I want to talk about the major criticism of this album is that it's kind of like Icon without teeth. It is really insanely polished, and I think that's what I like so much about it is For as much as I like Icon, which I have at number 3, I think that like some of those edges that are smoothed out kind of needed that smoothing and refinement. I think the production, this is the third album in a row that Simon Efemi does for them, and I think it's his best work out of the three of them. It's just like so grand and massive. But it just feels the record feels so important. I don't know how, it's like
Yeah.
it's like it just kind of, and I also just feel the whole package of it. Like the cover art is kind of busy, but again, there's this element of grandeur to it.
Beautiful color work on it too.
Yeah,
Like it made it stand out so uniquely versus other records of that time.
and I think that the pacing of the album is like perfect. I think that like that's something with this that this band has struggled with at times, because I do think that their albums are typically very diverse, whereas this album feels like a very cohesive presentation of songs where
Yeah.
it's
Perfectly sequenced.
back to front. And Jason saw it when they played it at MDF, it worked. It
Yeah.
worked very much as a full album performance front to back.
Not all albums that I've seen as full album performances have worked that way.
No.
And Ice Loss almost worked, better than most. And I'll jump in for a second and just say, like that. I actually think Paradise Lost. I actually think Draconian Times is a better record than Icon. I just like Icon a slightly bit better. Like I actually agree. I mean, I ranked it at number 2, so I'm right there, with you, Albert. That it's a fantastic record. I'll talk about why Icon like just edges it a little bit. But I think if we were to do this survey a year from now, I might have Draconian number 1. It just sort of depends on the mood I was in.
Mm.
I actually was surprised. I going into this ranking, I thought I was going to have Draconian at number 1. And then I kind of went back and I started like listening to both records side by side. And like Mark, I just had to ultimately, instead of stop intellectualizing, I just had to go with a gut feel. And I just kind of penciled in 2. And I just was like, I'm committed. There it is. It's done. It's set in stone. But in particular, this for me is my origin story of Paradise Lost, as longtime Requiem people know, and I'm sure Mark remembers. I heard Paradise Lost on the Concrete Corner cassette tapes at I was a sophomore in high school, and I would grab those free Concrete Corners because there was some gems here and there. And I think I had maybe heard of Paradise Lost. I think at that point maybe I had bought a couple issues of Metal Maniacs, but Metal Maniacs was still like, I don't know, too like too edgy for us. I don't really know, or I don't know. I didn't have a license, so I wasn't really driving and buying magazines. Any of the hard-earned money I had was going mainly to, cassette tapes at that point. So it's hard to know if I knew who they were, but certainly Hallowed Land and Enchantment were the very first Paradise Lost songs I ever heard, and it was awesome, and it like kind of opened up a gateway. And I think it was before I had even met Chris when I went into the record store and talked to Chris about Tiamat and Amorphous. And so I think I discovered Paradise Lost kind of on my own, but I don't know if I bought it because of Chris. But I remember where I bought it. I was in Detroit actually at an event. It was called BPA, Business Professionals of America. And I had made the state finals, and they were having it at the Rensen. And we took the People Mover out and found a record store in downtown Detroit. And I bought that, Altars of Madness, and Godflesh Street Cleaner at that record store. Yeah. So it was a really, so like it just a really profound turning point in my life where I was pivoting out of commercial metal and grunge, and I was angling towards somewhere else. And this really represents that first kind of moment for me. And it's, like I said, it surprises me that I didn't have it at number 1. But I was thinking about it back and forth, and I just, and seeing them live with you and the whatever, like kind of like doom mosh pit that we had where we were all like singing at each other and like holding our hearts, like just feeling the pain and and I mean, is Forever Failure the ultimate like Peaceful 3 anthem? Like it's like what those bands represent to us, like in one song. I know Jeff Wagner talks a lot about how that's like the perfect Paradise Lost song for him. And so, there's nothing negative I can say about this record whatsoever. You know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to break any hearts, but I'm not that big on Forever Failure.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lyrically, I mean,
I
lyrically, like to me, lyrically, it's like
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. I get it.
of like that kind of thing. Yeah, it's not my favorite song on this record by any means. It's just kind of like it's all the energy of what those bands were kind of about in kind of a song, I suppose.
I like the back half of it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
I picked Shades of God as my track for this.
okay, well, so Albert, we're tied here.
Well, I think you should take it. You have this is a transformative experience record for you. So you grab this one.
I mean, Enchantment, it means a lot to me. It's the very first Paradise Lost song I heard, but I also wrote The Last Time and Once Solemn. They're two different kind of types of songs.
We could play The Last Time, and I can ruin this song for everyone forever with a quick story.
Let's do it. Yeah, perfect. Why not? Yeah.
So,
right.
as I,
We'll play The Last Time.
my dear friend Scott Corber, who I referenced earlier in this
Yeah,
podcast,
who was in our mosh pit together.
yes, he was.
Yes.
So his wife, or what Scott was listening to Draconian Times one day in his office, and the Last Time came on, and his wife came into the room, and when it got to the chorus, which of course is hearts beating for the last time, I guess it ran through a couple times, and she looked at Scott and she said, "Is he saying hot and speedy?" And
Hot and speedy.
hot and speedy, yeah. Hot and speedy. You will never not hear it ever again.
Excuse me while I kiss this guy. Yeah.
Yeah, you know I kissed this guy, but yeah.
For me, that's
Hot and speedy.
is that the territory? Where Max is starting to fart, starting to leach.
Yeah. Starting to fart.
Like I couldn't get away from that. So
Well,
yeah. That's
sorry, sorry, everyone.
What is it? Hot
apostrophe N apostrophe speedy. Hot and
speedy.
There's my new cock rock band.
Hot and speedy.
Yeah, hot and speedy. That's how I like my pizzas. Hot and speedy. So,
Hot and speedy.
that should be the new Little Caesars anthem instead of hot and ready. Oh man. All right. Yeah. So we'll go with that tune. And I guess that leaves us only one record to talk about. Mark, do you want to take it away and start us with Icon? Or Albert, you had it at number 3. So, I mean, you clearly hate this record. So,
yeah, piece of shit.
Yeah. I mean, what's the difference between this and maybe Gothic and Draconian for you as like a tiebreaker between these three? Is it production, like you were saying?
Icon?
Yeah, you were saying you prefer the production on Draconian a little bit,
Yeah, I do. I think it's again, it's hard for me to like go and like be like, oh, what did you not like about Icon?
Yeah.
Because it is, it's such a big sounding album, and I do remember I think we talked about this maybe a little bit earlier, but like the first time I heard it, it really was. Yeah, we did talk about this. It was this idea that this band was capable of bigger things than like pretty much every other underground metal band I had liked to that point, and I think that the second we got this record and I heard because I had a good friend who got it like a week before me, and he brought it over. We listened to it, and you remember him telling me just prepare yourself because it's different, and like it's the vocals are different. It's a warmer, like brighter sounding record, and it certainly was compared to Shades of God. But like, it's also I think just like 60 seconds into into Ember's Fire, it's kind of revealed that Greg has now reached guitar god status,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and that was also something that like it didn't feel like that there were, a lot of those guys in our world at that time. so yeah, just to me that record is like so many firsts. So it's obviously super important, and again, it's number three. It's just for me at the end of the day, like I said, at this point, it's just the songs.
Mhm.
And for me, there's more songs I probably go back to on Draconian than I do Icon, but it's clearly not a huge number more. But that's
So I did like a Dave Letterman approach for this one. I just did my top 10 reasons. I said number 10, Gregor's solo on Widow. Number 9, the cover, the logo, perfection. Number 8, that awesome crowd noise and gloom down part in Colossal Rains. Number 7, the killer chugging hook in Dying Freedom. Number 6, the intro riff in Joys of the Emptiness. Number 5, the breakdowns, chugging, and rhythm guitars in single note minor chord soloing and weeping words. Number 4, the desperate lyrics and chorus of True Belief. Number 3, Gregor's solos on Remembrance, Forging Sympathy, and Shallow Seasons. Number 2, fucking Christendom created the Brave Murder Day guitar template. And then number 1 is Ember's Fire is my favorite Paradise Lost song of all time. So that was kind of, once I arrived at number 1, I was like, I'll just do this differently. I'm just going to like sit and just objectively rank 10 things I fucking love about this record.
Did you
So
throw your pencil?
the end, dramatically, I hope so. Ugh, fuck it. Yeah, I should have. Yeah. If I wasn't I was at a ski lodge actually when I made that list. So I was at my ski club sitting in like I don't know, just with headphones watching a bunch of angry parents try and corral like their shitty kids. So, yeah, perhaps it was cathartic, I don't know. But yeah, so those are my reasons. I don't know, feel free
Yeah,
to
I
talk
think
about any of that.
I threw this at number one for me purely for, well, I guess a couple different. I always like the record that is where they're kind of going outside at the edge of their ability, pushing themselves. So I mean, Draconian Times is an incredible record, but this just has a little bit extra because also I've had this poster ever since, because this was the first Paradise Lost record I got serviced from, I think, Metal Blade, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, and I've got the poster of them all looking, as cool as they could possibly be at that time.
Yeah.
It's been in my my office since this came out in '93, since I was 18 years old. And just the energy of the record, the new logo, new classic logo, the art direction on this Draconian Times. There's, I guess, just 3, and then the EP with Sweetness. That was kind of like my high point it was the classiest looking underground metal kind of cover I think I'd ever seen at that point. And purely energy. It's our last round with Tuds on drums.
Oh my God, how have we got this far without talking about Tuds? Sorry.
I know. We talked about Steve, but not Tuds. But I love what he makes a lot of decisions that a trained drummer I don't think would make. Really, like, kind of some busy stuff, some stuff that makes no sense. There's no click tracks as far as I can tell. I like the kind of unhingedness, like just them pushing themselves to the limit at this point. Otherwise in '93, the whole ride with them ever since I started listening to them it wasn't about like, oh, what are they going to do next? But I was just always along for the ride, and I always embraced any kind of, big change like this. And it's always been, I think for most instances, it's always been for the best for them to push. But this was kind of the one that, before they blew up to what they became in Draconian, this is my number one for 2026.
So we're both at number 1, but I'm going to default to you to sort of pick. I mean, I'm kind of curious what your choices are. Maybe, what song would you pick from this to play?
For me, you talking?
Yeah.
I got Forging Sympathy.
Okay. I can get it. I can be talked into that. I had that as my number 3 reason, is his solo in that song.
Yeah.
And that's one that doesn't maybe get as much. I mean, everybody listening to this podcast knows Ember's Fire. So,
True.
Yeah. Why that song? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's very good.
It is very good. Yeah, it's very good. So
No, I was going to, I think just not for the ones that everybody knew, but something a little bit, not that it's, you know, an unknown song or anything, but I dig the lyrics in this song as well. It's another, I think kind of, I guess this is probably Nick pushing himself the most he has to this point in their career. Yeah,
is the lyrics
that's
or as a
it.
vocalist? You mean as a vocalist?
As both, I think both.
Yep.
It's where the vocals and the lyrics coming on from Shades of God, I think are, you know, big ideas, big epic, you know, kind of grandeur, but all about, you know, human emotion.
Cool. All right. Well, I think we've got our next to last technically because we have an outro song we'll play, but we're kind of closing things up here. So what are we
We're
going to
getting
hear in
there.
this set? Yeah.
Well, I didn't give my number one.
Oh shit! I
Jason,
forgot.
you didn't give your number one either, did
You
you?
didn't give your number one.
Uh,
I mean, you kind of
No, I did. It's Icon. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. So Mark and I
Oh,
we
okay.
tied at with Icon. Shit. Yeah. I'm
you
sorry.
you guys pieced out on my number one like 2 hours ago.
I know. We're such bastards. All right. So tell us why Gothic is your number one, Albert.
I hear this Gothic is good.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
it pretty good?
It's a
Yeah.
pretty good record. If you like Gothic, if you like metal, I would highly encourage you to investigate it. No, it's man, because look, I didn't have, once I got through my top 5, everything felt immobile. Like I felt like I didn't have any room to move anything. I felt like I had no room to move everything at no room for movement at 17, and then no room for movement at 1 through 5. Like
What people expect you to do for your number one? Do you feel like you're like trapped into it or
no, I don't care. There's plenty of fun between 6 and 16 here. But like, no, I can't shake this album. I can't shake what it like. Everything about it, all of it's like incredibly. I'm poorly articulating this because everything that's great about it is great, and then everything that's flawed about it is fucking perfect for me when I hear it. Like the fact that like that guitar sound is so wrong is perfect. Like I can't imagine this record hitting me the way it does if that guitar was fatter or bigger. The fact that it's like thin and awkward is what makes it for me. You know what I mean? Like all the flaws are what push it into this kind of like god tier level of an album for me, because I guess it's also the fact that it's not just my favorite Paradise Lost record. I have not ranked. I can't rank my favorite records ever, but it has to be in the discussion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Of like most important records to me and things that just like that will be that I will just like carry with me forever. That like that basically showed me what's possible with this music. And again, songs like literally every song, even Falling Forever.
Falling Forever gets a bad rap. I mean, it's kind of dumb, I guess, but musically, I have no problem with it.
I don't mind it. Yeah.
I mean, Falling Forever's flaws are the verses. That's it. Everything else is like fucking spot on. But like that, everything else about it is great. It's just the verses like give it that like, again, I don't care because it's the flaws that just like make this record all that much more perfect for me, ironically. But yeah, I don't think it can ever be anything else. But again, like the top 5 records are number 1 albums of any other band's catalog. So like they're just, you know, so I'm sorry. I have to do Gothic. I can't do anything else. It was never going to be anything else.
What song you picking then?
Falling Forever.
I had originally picked Dead Emotion just because I love it, but I don't feel like it's representative of the record in the way that other songs are. So let's change it up. Let's do Rapture because I think that song has so much happening. And I think it has all the elements of what makes the record and the band so special.
Love it. Yeah, love it. That's awesome. Cool. So we got us a little set of music, don't we, Mark?
Yeah. Forget the lies, live the reality. Here we go.
Yeah. All right. So what are we gonna hear then?
We've got, what are we going back to Shades right now?
I think so. Yeah.
I think that was last one. We've got the,
no.
no, I already played
Nope.
that.
Draconian.
We've got The Last Time from Draconian Times, Forging
sweet.
Sympathy from Icon, and Rapture from Gothic.
Thank
You just heard Rapture from Gothic, Forging Sympathy from Icon, and The Last Time from Draconian Times.
Here are our final rankings if we do the law of averages. So coming in at number 17 with an average score of 17 is Believe in Nothing. 16 is Symbol of Life with an average score of 15. The number 15 record is Medusa. Let's see. The number 14 is Host. The number 13 is In Requiem. The number 12 is Faith Divides Us, Death Unites Us. The number 11 is 1 Second. The number 10 is Lost Paradise. And then our kind of top 9 is at 9, we have Ascension. At 8, Paradise Lost. At 7, Obsidian. At 6, Tragic Idol. At 5, The Plague Within. At 4, Gothic. This is very tight. So the average score of our top 4, Gothic had a 3 1/3 average, and then Shades of God and Draconian both tied with an average of 3. And so I gave the nod to Shades of God at number 3 because 2 people had Draconian in their top 2. So Draconian is number 2, and then with an average of 1 2/3 is Icon. So that's your unofficial, official scientific ranking of Paradise Lost.
I
there.
can't. Or I have a hard time arguing with any of that. To be completely honest with you,
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I feel like we did it, guys. We
Yeah.
solved we cured cancer. We did it.
Yeah.
All right. Good job. We can all retire from our metal careers.
Yep. Let's go do some prop bets before this comes out.
So Mark, talk real brief. I know Albert's got to go soon. Talk briefly about the artwork, and you said you thought a little bit about the drummers and the artwork briefly as another ranking.
So very quick. Here's my drummer, my top 5, even though there was more than that.
It's like
This was
Spinal Tap.
Yeah. So number 1, Tuds, Matthew
Yeah.
Archer. Number 2, Walt. Number 3, Jeff Singer. Number 4, Lee Morris. Number 5, Adrian Erlandson.
Uh, you're Lee Morris, man. You know, I thought he had a
He's-
chance at top 3, but
He's
yeah,
he's good, but
very
Well,
busy.
he's good. He's super busy on
Very busy,
track
yeah.
times, but then
He
he
is.
is like, but it's like, but after that he's neutered because they like start chopping up his drums electronically, and he doesn't really even get to play real drums again until Symbol of Life.
yeah.
I think that's a great ranking. So
I'm not going to go through all. I'm not going
What's
to
that,
go through
Albert?
all. What? Sorry, that.
I just said as long as Tuds is one, I'm.
Oh, of
fine.
course. I mean, there can be no other one
mhm.
but Tuds. I'll just go with like the top 5 I did for album covers because there's a lot of just drivel.
You have a bottom. I want to know what your number 17 is, though, and then you can go top 5. What's the worst Paradise Lost cover for you as an artist?
It's a tie between In Requiem and Believe in Nothing.
Okay. Fair.
The terrible CG cover monstrosity. Top 5 shouldn't be a huge surprise. Number 1, Icon, 2 Shades of God. 3, 1 Second. 4, Gothic. 5, Draconian Times.
What's your favorite one with a Nazi robot on it?
Probably Lost Paradise.
Well, yeah. That's a top Nazi robot, I think.
It falls in at 11 for me.
I fuck with my students all the time because they're high school kids and they're easy to fuck with and they're teenagers. And like we're studying postmodernism, long story, but we were watching a Community episode to talk about what postmodernism looks like on TV, and it was the episode where they keep playing Roxanne. And we were talking about the episode afterwards, and I was like, yeah, Roxanne, they're playing this song. I said, it's my second favorite song about prostitution. And then the kids, I could hear like this group of kids being like, what's number 1? Like they're whispering to each other. And I throw it as a random comment just to get them thinking like, what's another song about prostitution? Anyway, so that's what I was reminded of. Yeah, it's a good list. I think it's a good list. So we wanted to sort of end, I know, with as requested by Albert, just a real brief discussion as our outro song on non-album tracks that we kind of love. And we don't want to get into a long debate, but I don't know. I had 3 that I just grabbed. I grabbed Sweetness from the Seals of Sense EP.
Yeah,
And I really like the songs on the Forever Failure single, Another Desire and Fear, which is very punkish. Yeah, I don't know. So those are just 3 I wrote down. I don't know if what ones you guys kind of came across.
Well, I think that Brodsky Beat one is it kind of sums everything up.
I didn't know if that counted because it's on the album. Yeah,
It's only on the U.S. version of the album, which is a bonus track, so it is technically a non-album track.
Got it.
So that's why it's at the very end. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
But also like some of the late, I think with on Ascension, real quick, 2 of those songs, I think A Life Unknown should have been on the record instead of Silence Like the Grave, perhaps. I don't know how it would sequence, but some of those and a couple of the ones on like Symbolic Virtue on Medusa, I think is a great non-album track as well.
I gotta say that their bonus track game, really from Medusa on, has been impressive.
Yeah,
like the last couple songs that just missed the record that end up being the bonus tracks. Those are album track quality for most any other band.
yeah.
But
those vinyl only bonus tracks, where do people find those? Are they? I'm trying to remember if they're on my CDs that I have upstairs or not.
I've got them on like 7 inches from the box sets for the last couple records.
Got it.
That came out. They're on Spotify or whatever. But
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
I mean, I agree with you. Sweetness is like pretty. That's pretty canon for Paradise Lost. I think everybody.
Yeah.
That's they do play that song pretty regularly still, and I mean, for a band with 17 records, to dip into a B-side regularly, I think that speaks to how important and awesome that song is. For me, it is actually the cover of Small Town Boy. That's my favorite non-album track. I just think it's I just think it's so artfully done, and it's a complete reinterpretation that they made their own, but they didn't lose any of the like the kind of like overwhelming despair that the that the original has, and the lyrics of the song provide. So I don't know. And again,
You guys make a pretty compelling case for that song then. Like I said, I just didn't think about it because it was just on my
on your
CD, I
CD.
think, or whatever. Yeah. So I think in my brain, I didn't think it was really a bonus track. And it's also the number one listened to Spotify Paradise Lost song.
It
So
is.
let's throw a tip of the hat to those guys for
Is
that.
it really?
It
Yeah,
is.
if you look
yeah.
on the Spotify list, yeah,
It's like
on Tidal and
absurdly high.
Spotify, it's
It's
the
absurdly high.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Let me look right now.
See, I don't have Spotify or Tidal, so
So if you okay, so number one, okay, I'll give you the top three most listened to Paradise Lost songs according to their top 10. Darker Thoughts with 5.6 million. Say Just Words, number two, with 8.6 million listens. And then with 17.9 million, Small Town Boy. So it's 10 million more listens than anything else Paradise Lost has. So that shows you what the youth want, Albert. They want that, and we can't say no to the youth,
no, Falling Forever isn't going to cut it, I guess.
No.
Spotify.
I mean, let's be honest. The youth demanded an 8-hour part 2 Tampa tribute, and we gave the youth exactly what their short attention span wants. So we listen to them.
I only have 1 hour to go on part 1, so I'm working my way through it.
Hey, you got another year before we celebrate the 1-year loss of Tampa to get through the tribute album or tribute episode. So
I think that's what it's going to take.
Yeah.
But yeah. So did we do it?
Let's do it. Small Town Boy. Are we good? We're good with that, guys?
We're good.
That'll be our kind of outro song. So, Albert, thank you again. This has been awesome. Tons of fun to get to, and nice to be kind of lighthearted and not have to do a lot of research and just kind of come in and have conversations, So, how did this go compared to your other top 17? Better, worse? You're allowed to tell us. We won't tell anyone else.
It was in the evening, so it was 3.5 hours. So this is longer.
Oh, okay.
But it was at night and I was drinking, so I was much more tired. This was in the daytime, and
you're more lucid now, is what you're saying.
I'm a little hungry, but I'm good. Yeah. So this was overall probably more pleasant, and I'm capable of doing something after this. Whereas with that, I was incapable of anything beyond brushing my teeth and going to bed.
Yes. Well, you'll still have some mental energy for a MAGA halftime show, and that's really all you need going into the evening,
Right.
So
got enough energy to go get beer, and that's all you need to worry about.
It is that's all one can ask.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's
Albert.
take us home, Mark, and send people on their way with our final Paradise Lost song here.
All right, we're going to hear Brodsky Beats Small Town Boy, covered by Paradise Lost from Symbol of Life. And for the Requiem Metal Podcast, I'm Mark.
I'm Jason.
Bye-bye.
I fucked it up. I thought there was like a... We need to do that. Please do that again.
Love it. Leave it in.
Leave it in.
Bye.